Well, everything we do at Rosie Lane Holsteins is cow-centric. Every decision we make is based on taking good care of that animal from day one. I'm Daphne Holterman, and I farm with my husband Lloyd and our young partner Tim Strobel here at Rosie Lane Holsteins, just south of Watertown, Wisconsin. Cheese in Wisconsin is king, of course, and so I believe it's 80 or 90% of the milk in our state goes to make cheese. On our farm, we have about 870 cows, and we grow corn and alfalfa on about 1,200 acres. And alfalfa is something that humans can't use in their stomachs because we're a single stomach, but cows happen to have 4 parts to their stomach. So it's rumination that allows them to use the alfalfa plant.
Putting all our crops together and feeding an entire herd of cows in the most efficient manner and trying to meet all the nutritional needs of the animals is always a challenge. It's like putting a puzzle together.
These are our milk tankers being filled with milk from the cows in the milking parlor. And this is really the hub of our farm. Well, in 1996, Lloyd and I spent 11 months building this setup here. It was a double 8 milking parlor. We since expanded it to a double 12. It's really an art to milking a cow properly.
The cow comes into the milking parlor, gets recorded, and all the data gets downloaded to this computer. The yellow line is her milking speed. And you can see that also has some variation to it depending on how nervous she is or how fast she lets her milk down. Before we had these computers, we had to handwrite these things, and you had to be very, very organized. It would take 1 or 2 full-time guys just to do the paperwork and the predicting in a herd like this. This is how long it took her to milk, 4.3 minutes, and here's the average. What that gives us the ability to do is to sort our cows by milking speed, because they're getting milk 12 on a side. They come in, we put 12 units on. They cannot leave the milking parlor until all 12 cows are done.
Lloyd and I both grew up on family farms, and I grew up on a beef and hog farm, and I met Lloyd at college, and we were married about 30 years ago, and that's when I started farming.
When I come out here, one of the things I pay a lot of attention to is how are the cows handled on a daily basis. Are they fed proper amounts of food in a timely fashion? Are they clean? These cows here in this dairy are housed in a freestall barn that are bedded with sand, and I want to make sure that sand is to the right level of depth so that it's comfortable for the cow and also clean.
When a cow gets sick, it's the humane thing to do. It's just like when people get sick, they need antibiotics to get better. We have a system in place to guarantee, nationally actually, that no antibiotics get in food. When each load of milk goes out of here and goes up the road on a semi-trailer, before that milk is unloaded, it's agitated and a sample is drawn out, and they test the milk. If the load of milk has any antibiotics in at all, the load of milk gets dumped. And right now, a load of milk is worth $11,000. So we don't want them to get sick in the first place. So prevention, vaccination, all those things are critically important.
Well, our daughter Lauren is majoring in food science at UW-Madison here in our state, and she's very in tune with caring for cows and showing people how we do that every day.
A common misconception of a lot of people is that there's nothing really in agriculture. You know, there's no future, there's no money, there's no place for young people. But growing up in the industry, I really have seen a different side of that, and that is that there's endless potential for anyone who's involved in agriculture, whether it be farming as my parents have done, or working, you know, in marketing or communications, some field, you know, extended from agriculture. Seeing what I can do with this industry and seeing what I can make of myself, where I can go with what I've already learned from all the things that I've done.
I think we all care about where our food comes from. And some people just have lost that connection a little bit, but anything we can do as a farm and as the next generation coming up to connect consumers to those animals, to the land, to see the people that produce that food, We're committed to doing that, to taking care of the animals, and the people that work with us here love taking care of animals. They love doing what it takes to get the job done every day. We've been masters at production, producing more for less. That's what farmers do very, very well.
Welcome to the first ever Food Dialogues. It's a critical conversation that this country has been eager to have for a long time. Today we'll hear from experts across the food spectrum, farmers and ranchers, chefs and restaurant professionals, academics and scientists, politicians and policymakers on the wide range of issues that influence how our food is grown and raised and how it ultimately ends up on your dinner table. We'll literally span the country, going from Washington to Indiana, from California to New York, and everywhere in between with live streaming video and social media tools. But as much as it's a day to share information, it's more important that we listen. The United States Farmers and Ranchers Alliance, today's hosts, established this forum so that their affiliates, which account for many of the farmers and ranchers in this country, could hear what we're saying, could understand the questions that consumers are asking about their practices, their values, their operations. In fact, the agenda and the questions we're going to ask were a direct result of two groundbreaking studies, really interesting. One focused on farmers and ranchers, the other on consumers. In just a minute, we'll look at some of the most compelling highlights from that research. One of the biggest insights is that farmers and ranchers are answering the wrong questions. They've been focused on providing safe, affordable, and abundant food, along the goal of U.S. agriculture, of course. But now the bar's been raised. The questions, as we all know, are more complex. The need for information about how food is raised, how food is grown has increased. The demand for transparency has grown. Before we get started, it's important to say, just to admit, we are not all going to agree with each other today. There will be constructive debate, opinions that make us all uncomfortable, and real challenges to our food system that will give us pause. But that's the point. This is a complicated topic with lots of solutions, lots of data and research. But we've never had an opportunity to ask the questions and start a discussion with so many voices. So I will ask that you remain respectful, even if you disagree with every fiber of your being. Please, let's keep the conversation constructive. One thing we learned from the research is that there's more that bonds us than divides us. And consumers do want to work together to keep improving how farmers and ranchers raise and grow food. The USFRA hopes this is the first step in a long conversation. A lot of people have already submitted questions on fooddialogues.com. Some of those questions will be guiding our discussion today, but already the USFRA has had a lot of people saying, why aren't you answering our questions now? Well, most of the tough questions in this industry don't have black and white, simple answers. And we do want the farmers and ranchers and others to answer the questions, share their opinions, and we think they're going to be doing that in the next few weeks and months. We want to facilitate the discussion, so please take part in the conversation. If you have information that's valuable, share it. All respectful questions submitted on our website, through Twitter, through Facebook, and in person at these meetings will be collected and posted at fooddialogues.com in the coming days. We do want to keep a record of what people are most passionate and curious about. And in the coming months, again, the USFRA will try to find answers to these questions and guide our activities with what seem to be the priorities from all of you. If you care about the food you eat, and we all do, stay with us throughout our program today. Engage with others who are taking part in this conversation at www.fooddialogues.com. Invite your friends to join. If you want to tweet on some of the interesting comments we're going to share today, use the hashtag FoodD. Follow along as others join this conversation. This is just the start of what I think will be one of the most important and informative discussions our nation has ever had on agriculture. And I want to get started by introducing our distinguished hosts from around the country. Let's start in the Midwest with veteran ag journalist Max Armstrong. Max, welcome.
Claire, thank you. Greetings from the heartland of America here as we join you not too far south of Chicago. We're just a little more than an hour south of the Chicago Loop out here, surrounded by farm fields of corn, soybeans, alfalfa, a few thousand dairy cows here at Fair Oaks Farm. It's a remarkable dairy enterprise here, not too far, as I said, south of the Chicago area. Just coming into the harvest. It's a busy time of the year. Nevertheless, we have some producers joining us here, people who have an up-close and personal relationship with agriculture. They produce the food that nourishes us. They're joining us here in the audience as well. But we'll be taking some questions and sharing with you from this location the voices and choices of farmers. Now let's go to the University of California, Davis. Here's Jane Wells.
You know, we're here at the Robert Mondavi Institute for Wine and Food Science. Agriculture is California's #1 industry. A lot of people don't realize California is the #1 farm state. They joke that it's the land of fruits and nuts. It's actually true. We're also on the leading edge of sustainability, organic, natural, what that all means. We're going to have a lot of discussion about how that, what that is, what hype is, what reality is, how it can be done economically, what the future of all that is here. We're going to talk to farmers and ranchers, leading educators, and a pioneer in the slow food movement who likes to hold the industry's feet to the fire, or in this case, cowboy boots, from what I've seen. We're going to talk about that more here, have some lively discussion, but let's go to the other coast right now in New York with Chef John Besh. Chef?
Welcome to New York City. And so I'm here today with a panel of experts that really delve in from the farms and ranches to the consumer, to the menus, to the checkout counters. We as consumers are so hungry for more information about food, how it's raised, where it comes from, genetics, the whole 9 yards. So we're going to jump into that conversation, and we're going to take it back to the farmer. And point of origin, what does that mean to our food supply today? Food safety, there's a whole realm of discussions here, really all geared towards the chefs and consumers out there. So let's throw it to Phil over there in D.C. and see what you got there.
Thanks, John. Here in D.C., in our nation's capital, we've brought together the current and former Secretary of Agriculture. We've brought together the heads of many trade associations, both in the room and on our panel. And we've brought together, most importantly, real farmers and ranchers. So we can really talk about the dialogue that is so important. Quite possibly the most important dialogue in our lifetime as it relates to food. And also consumers are involved, as Claire talked about, on Twitter, on Facebook, and certainly on our website. We're going to be having a host of questions that, again, as Claire said, might be tough to answer, but this forum is the place to start. Claire, back to you.
Okay, thanks, Phil, and we'll be coming back to you soon. Now, as I mentioned, consumers would guide this conversation today. I want to start that theme right now. The United States Farmers and Ranchers Association commissioned that nationwide study of farmers and ranchers, as well as consumers, to inform these food dialogues. Some of the headlines from that research we felt were really constructive in understanding the type of discussion that consumers want to take part in. Here are some of the highlights. Consumers think about how their food is raised and grown constantly, but they know very little about how food is brought to the dinner table. Overwhelmingly, farmers and ranchers share the same values as consumers. They care about the same things most of us care about: protecting the environment, humane animal care, minimizing inputs, and of course, providing for themselves and their families. Farmers and ranchers know that a divide exists between consumers and their food, and they don't believe the general public has an accurate perception of modern farming and ranching. And perhaps the most compelling result: consumers are firmly divided on the direction of modern agriculture. An equal number feel that food production is improving, as say it's getting worse, and 1 in 5 admits to having no idea. Clearly, we have a lot to talk about today. It's time to start our discussion, and what better place to start than Fair Oaks, Indiana? Let's turn the conversation over to Max Armstrong. Max, let's meet your panel.
All right, Claire. Thank you, Claire. We look forward to sharing with you all of the information over the next few minutes here from what I call the heart of America. Let's meet first of all our panelists, Dr. Malcolm de Kruiger. Malcolm is the Vice President of Bellstra Milling Company. Good to have you here with us, sir.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here today.
Tell us about your role in the pork industry.
I've been in the pig business now about 21 years as an owner, and about another 15 years before that as an employee and as a farmer. And here in Indiana, we have a number of farms that produce about 300,000 pigs a year, and so we're in it pretty deep.
And many of these farms are within, what, about 100 miles of Chicago?
Yes. In fact, from where we sit today, they're all within about 10 miles of right here. So we're very much local here at Fair Oaks area.
Sitting next to you, another pork producer, also a corn grower, soybean producer, Phil Bradshaw from Griggsville, Illinois, right, Phil?
Yes, and we have a very typical family farm. My grandfather started it in the 1800s. My father and my uncles ran it. My two brothers and I was on that farm. Today, the day-to-day operations of that farm is run by my nephews and my son. My daughter also works in it. We produce about 4,000 acres of crops together collectively. We also produce about 150, 200,000 pigs a year. But the way we manage this is very much the same as the way my grandfather managed. You designate people to workplaces. My son works with my nephew on the crops end of it. He works on my other nephew on the livestock, on the pork operation. And he splits his time back and forth helping manage those operations. And then my daughter is actually working in one of our offices, in the office we have. So we're all involved in the operation. My grandson will be coming into the operation after he graduates from college next spring. So we are very much a family farm, and I think, Max, we're very typical of farms in the United States
Certainly
today.
a family farm then, huh,
Yes.
Phil? Yeah. Gary Corbett, Chief Executive Officer of Fair Oaks Farms. First of all, Gary, thank you for allowing us to come into your place today to hang out for a while.
Absolutely. Let me first say that we're extremely proud to be one of the four hosts of an event that I think is going to be a very exciting opportunity to learn more about food and its genesis. We too are a large family dairy farm located in northwest Indiana. We milk approximately 32,000 cows, which sounds like a lot, and it is a lot. We produce roughly the equivalent of 5.28 million 8-ounce glasses of milk every day. And so that would be enough to supply every man, woman, and child in the city of Chicago and Indianapolis with an 8-ounce glass of milk, and we're very proud of that. In addition, we made a decision 7 or 8 years ago to open our farms up to the public, allow them to tour, allow them to come in and see a little bit about us and see what we're all about. And presently, we're hosting about 500,000 visitors a year. And we think this is another great opportunity to start interacting more with consumers and let them understand us as family farmers.
You bet. Thanks, Gary. We appreciate it. Appreciate the opportunity to be here. Representing academia, the Dean of the College of Agriculture and Life Sciences at Iowa State University, Dr. Wendy Winterstein. Hi, Wendy.
Hi, Max. Thank you. It's a real pleasure to be here. I serve as the Dean of the College of Agriculture and Life Sciences, where our crop are our students. So we have about 3,500 undergraduates, 700 graduate students, and we provide them with an education that allows us to place 98% of them at every graduation in a job or an advanced study. In addition, we conduct research on the critical issues across the disciplines of the sciences of agriculture, and we provide extension and outreach programs to producers, communities, business to share the knowledge that we've generated through our research programs.
Representing the FFA organization here with us, the state president of the FFA, Casey Conley from Knightstown, Indiana. Hi, Casey.
Hey, how are you today?
Just fine, thank you. Tell folks what FFA is all about if someone isn't familiar with it.
FFA is all about agriculture and leadership. We pride ourselves in being leaders of tomorrow, and I'm really excited to be here and talk to all of you today and be a part of this discussion.
It's a tremendous youth development organization by all means, preparing for careers in all walks of life, but many do go into agriculture.
That's exactly
because
right.
of the abundant opportunities that Wendy referred to.
That is exactly right.
To set the stage for our discussion today, let me share with you a couple of very interesting statistics. These are statistics I think that really kind of drive home the point that we're discussing here. They came from these surveys conducted during July and August. First of all, the survey of farmers indicated that 93% of farmers and ranchers, 93% of those producers altogether, indicated that consumers have an inaccurate perception of modern farming and ranching. 93% feel that way. Then on the other side of the ledger, the survey of consumers showed that just 2 in 5 Americans say they personally have enough information about how their food is grown and raised. Panelists, let's start by discussing why. Why do consumers have so little information? They feel they have so little information. Producers feel they have an inaccurate view. I might start with you, Wendy. Sure. Why do consumers have such a void of information?
Well, I think it really is based on the fact that we've had such a safe and productive food system, and it hasn't been a concern for people in the United States for many, many years. So it's time now, though, as folks raise questions about how we do produce animals and crops in our system, to be able to interact with them and help them understand what those systems are about. So I think it's the fact that it's just a separation of folks that have not grown up on a farm, have not had the opportunity to work with a farmer and know what they do in their day-to-day operation.
Gary, obviously, as you describe your operation, you perceive that need to communicate with the consumers. How do you see it?
You bet. Kind of the drivers behind why in the world did we decide to open up our farms. Historically, maybe farmers haven't been the most active in interacting with consumers. We kind of had a philosophy that the world ended at our farm gate, and we made a decision that we had to change that and become more proactive and offensive in terms of our interaction. Well, the statistics are somewhere between 1% and 2% of the population is involved in production agriculture anymore. Doing the quick math, that's 98 to 99% of people aren't involved in production agriculture. If you're of my vintage, you may have grown up on a farm, or you had a grandfather or an aunt or an uncle that is a child or a young adult. You had the opportunity to visit a farm. We're 3 or 4 generations, at least in our opinion, for that opportunity. And so we thought it was very important to start that dialogue and start that interaction, because it's not that the people, that these consumers are obviously not bad people. They simply haven't been exposed in this 21st century to 21st century agriculture, and that was our genesis or our driver.
One thing that strikes me with you producers here, you all have operations of significant size. I mean, they would be considered large operations. Yours is a family operation by all means, Phil, that you have there in West Central Illinois, but I think many people would be surprised at the sophistication, the technology of your farm. There is kind of a perception, is there not, that big is bad, and why is that? Why do people think that big agriculture is necessarily bad?
I think, unfortunately, that they equate big with corporate farming or large business farming. The 3 of us that are producers up here, we are truly all family farmers. And we're just redefining what that definition of family farm is. But every family member is somehow involved in the day-to-day operations, and I'm not sure that the average consumer understands that.
Malcolm, with an operation of size, there come standards by all means. And to me, as a consumer, I like that. I like the fact that you have standards that you set, that you follow. Is that not the case?
Well, absolutely, it's the case. I think that whenever anybody has a meal, they have expectations about what that meal should be like. And those expectations are based on consistency. And so consistency comes from repeatability. And in our business, every single day our animals need to be taken care of the exact same way so that they can be producing exactly what everybody in the consumer world wants to have. And so those standards are very high. But even more important, they're sustainable and repeatable, and that's what makes our food in the United States and North America probably some of the finest in the world.
Phil Bradshaw, it strikes me that you're a guy who cares for his pigs. I mean, I know you from many, many years. I know how you care for the animals in your operation. That gets lost sometimes, does it not, on consumers, that there is a significant amount of humane care? I mean, I've had people say that we treat them like family.
Well, we do, and I go back a long time in the agriculture business and the raising of livestock. And one thing you learn early on, you have to take care of them. As Malcolm said, you have to have a consistency there. When you raised them outside, the way we used to raise them outside, it was difficult to take care of them. In the heat of the summer, you had to keep them cool. The cold of the winter, you had to keep them warm. And you had to keep them from predators. So it was a very difficult thing. So then we started to move them into buildings as we do today and raise them in buildings, environmentally controlled. We have our sick pen or hospital pen. There's a little difference. We have time. I'll tell you the difference between the sick pen and the hospital pen if you want us to. But we actually do this because it is better for the animal, makes the consistency that Malcolm says, and it produces the food we need.
Casey, and not everyone in FFA is preparing for a career in agriculture by all means, but where you live in that east central Indiana area around Knightstown, there are a lot of family farms, classified family farms. What does a family farming enterprise mean to you?
I think it means that each person that lives on a family farm knows the worth of a dollar. You know, they grow up in a community where it's close-knit and you know all about agriculture and know how important agriculture is. So that's definitely what it means to live on a family farm and to grow up and want to do what your parents do or what your grandparents do and to carry on that family tradition.
And there are a lot of folks, because of the opportunity today, coming back in agriculture, are there not?
Yes, there are. There are more and more every day. And I think ag education, we teach students a lot about the importance of agriculture and how we can't live without it and how important it is to get back to the farm.
The work ethic is alive and well on the farm, though, isn't it? I mean, there's so much hard work, and I think that's one thing that surfaced in this study of the U.S. Farmers and Ranchers Alliance, is the producer wishes that other individuals realized how much hard work is involved. Wendy, I'm sure all across your state of Iowa, from the Mississippi to the Missouri River, you can cite family farms who they devote every hour of the day. And it's not just, of course, during harvest and planting, but they're in the tractor cab, right?
That's certainly true. And as we think about the farmers that we work with, they're not only engaged in their crop and livestock production systems, but they're also community leaders. They are engaged with leadership on commodity boards, they're on school boards, they're members of their church leadership. And I think that's what makes the rural fabric of Iowa and the Midwest such strong fabric and really positions us well for the future.
Yeah, you make an interesting point. They wear a lot of hats in those communities. So the volunteer firefighters,
yes.
They are on all of the boards. They make significant financial contributions to their communities, do they not, Wendy?
Definitely, and certainly they make financial contributions to Iowa State University. And so as we think about our land grants and the partnership that we have either through funded research by commodity boards or by alumni, it really is a collaboration between farmers, businesses, and education and research to be able to, again, move agriculture forward.
Yeah, it strikes me we have some employers there who have significant workforces in their communities. I would imagine there are a lot of folks, Gary, in your community, a lot of folks around here, around Fair Oaks, who would say, we're so thankful that that operation supplies jobs. And as a ripple effect, could it not be said that from your farm here, probably maybe even 100 miles in every direction, there are people who derive their income, at least in part, by the fact that you're milking cows here?
Absolutely. We have 675 direct employees, and then the ripple effect, as you described, throughout the community, whether it's the guy that sells us tires or whether the guy that provides whatever in the way. I think another interesting aspect of that is our employees understand that there's 300 million potential consumers plus out in the United States that have an expectation of a safe, affordable food supply on a daily basis. And I think our people consider it a real privilege to be able to be a part of that food chain, to be able, we've been very fortunate in the United States that we don't have to deal with the issues of, obviously we do have some hunger, but where there's social unrest due to that hunger, where fabrics of whole cultures are torn apart because simply people are hungry. And so we consider it a real privilege to be a part of that food chain as a family farm, and all the employees that are involved in that. It's a big deal.
You alluded to this earlier by all means, but safety, food safety, is a significant concern among consumers, but you as a producer take it very seriously too. We saw the video a little bit earlier, the tanker truck pulling out of the dairy farm, knowing that that tanker is sampled for its content.
Certainly, it's frustrating for every dairyman across the United States to see in some of these blogs that now are part of our social media fabric and whatever, to say that milk is full of antibiotics. The simple fact is that every drop, literally, of milk that is processed into some food product in the United States has to be tested for antibiotic residue. It's the law. And if that is found to have an antibiotic residue, that milk is disposed of, again, according to regulation and the law. There are a terrific amount of safeguards built into our food system that are formalized, that we all have to follow. And it's great that they're there. We're all very comfortable with them. All of our farms are inspected on literally on a monthly basis to make sure our record keeping is up to date. So American consumers can take a lot of reassurance that we do provide a safe, affordable food.
Let me continue that strain there with our pork producers, starting with you, Phil. First of all, antibiotics. Why do you use them? Why are they necessary? Hormones, why do you utilize these in the pork industry? In the minds of the consumers, this is something that worries them.
Well, basically, we use no hormones. Basically, we use no hormones.
Now repeat that one more time.
No hormones. We use no hormones. But we do use antibiotics for treatment of animals, of our animals. I mentioned the sick pen and a hospital pen. We go. A sick pen is a pig that still looks healthy, but maybe we want to give it a little special treatment, put it in there. If the hospital pen is that pig maybe that got hurt or is getting near the point you might want to euthanize it in the correct manner. That's the way we divide those two. But as to the antibiotics and the hormone use, I might say we made that decision, and I think Malcolm will probably say too, we made the decision not to use those things on a routine basis because we read in the papers, the press, everybody, consumers are not comfortable with that. So we made the decision we're not going to do it. Now, I personally don't know that I agree with that decision. And I could tell you if we had time, elaborate a little bit on that. If you'd like for me to, we'll have time. But
we might come back to that in a little bit later question. Yeah. Malcolm, would you like to weigh in on that a little bit?
Well, Phil stated it very, very eloquently. You know, there are no hormones. End of conversation. You know, the speculation or conspiracy theory that there is something there is unfounded. So take it off the table. Proper care of animals, if they get sick, if they get a cold, if they get injured, they need to be cared for. And sometimes that care includes having an antibiotic to make them better. The one thing about it is that if they are treated, we identify them and they are kept out of the food system for the proper amount of time until we know that they've been withdrawn, as long as the government says that they have to. Once again, like Gary says, it's the law. It's not a preference.
An antibiotic adds to your expense, does it not? I mean, it costs you, and one can imagine you're watching your bottom line. You don't want to spend any more than you have to, right?
Yeah, you know, medicine is money. You want to be very judicious, and you want to be very careful with it. Our margins today are very narrow, and so any wastage is not going to help you at all. And so for our group, we watch everything, we monitor everything, and that includes that bottom line and how we use our antibiotics.
Well, I'm sorry, Phil.
I'm just going to add that a veterinarian oversees that use and the treatment at all times on our farms.
Good point. A professional veterinarian.
Professional
Gary?
veterinarian.
I think, I believe all producers in today's times, there's a judicious use of medicine for the reasons elaborated, but still, we enjoy these animals. They are our way of life, and just as we would treat our children or ourselves, if it calls for, if we get sick and it requires antibiotics, we're still going to care for our cows that same way. They're our livelihood, they're our life. We're generations in that world, and so we are going to take care of those animals.
Wendy, as one who approaches this from academia, certainly you appreciate the science that we utilize in agriculture in so many ways. There is a reason we have these tools.
That's exactly right. And to build on your point, we use science and technology in every aspect of our lives ourselves, and we need to be able to have that same opportunity in agriculture. Science and technology is how we will go forward to provide the food that is necessary really to feed the world. It provides the basis for innovation that producers achieve almost every day. So science is what we have to believe in, and we know that science continually evolves. We know that the government works to make sure that that information is correct and that it is duplicative. So we're very much, that's what we do at the university, is science and technology.
United Nations Ag Committee in the recent past issued a report that said by 2050 we will have to produce 100% more food to feed the population of that time than we do today. They believe 70% of that food will come from efficiencies due to the use of technology. And so it's a part of our world.
Wendy, you referred to the fact that these technologies are extensively studied, and I can't help but think, you know, going back to the mid-'80s, we had the development of the bovine growth hormone, BGH, which was utilized in the dairy industry. It was studied, I believe, for 10 years by the FDA before being approved.
Right, and the government does have very specific rules and regulations, but sometimes we run into a roadblock where simply consumers will decide not to accept a certain technology, and that is society's choice. At Iowa State, we developed the work with food irradiation, really the solution to addressing food safety issues, but that is a technology that does not seem to be accepted by society, so we have lost really a very important tool in the toolbox to ensure food safety.
I think we needed another name for it, didn't we?
That we needed another name.
Something else maybe, Wendy. But to the point that you make, Gary, there are milk producers who opt to utilize these tools, and there are those who choose not to. For example, in the area of milk production, right?
Absolutely. You mentioned probably the one that's received the most attention over time, and that's BST or RBGH, whatever you want to do. It was introduced back in the 90s. It was utilized by a number of dairy farmers early on. There was some outcry from consumers, but it really never gained momentum. And so dairy farmers, some dairy farmers did adopt it as a tool. And again, it was a tool in your arsenal to use as you ran your business. Then in the early 2000s, a new wave came that developed driven by consumers, against the use of BST. And I would say, and dairy farmers, all farmers, listen to what consumers say as to what they want their product mix to be. And so today, the use of the BST has dropped dramatically. We no longer use it on any of our farms. And so.
It strikes me listening to this discussion, Casey, as we are talking about careers, there aren't just jobs on the farm, but in science and all of the supporting industries. How do you feel about the opportunities out there for yourself, for other young people in this business of producing food and energy for the world?
Being 18 years old, I'm going to be in my 20s in about 2 years, which is a scary thought. But
it gets worse, kid.
I'm kind of worried.
As you get up in my years.
But just like they said, technologies have keep advancing, and what better people to put in that position but 20-year-olds, because our whole life is based around technology, and it's just going to keep advancing and advancing. So we need to put the next generation in charge of that. So there are a lot of opportunities open for people my age in agriculture and in agri-science and agribusiness.
Do you think it's appealing enough to a person your age? I mean, are there enough young people really embracing this? Do they get excited about it, or do they think, oh, this is farm stuff, man? I could be a rocket jock or something at Purdue and study aeronautical engineering.
Well, that's kind of my job as an FFA state officer, is to go around the state and get people pumped up about agriculture and about the future of agriculture, because I certainly believe in it, and there's about half and other more members that do. So that's our job, and I think the opportunities in agriculture are amazing. They're so open. You can go so many different ways with agriculture, no matter if you want to go into the technologies and agri-science or agribusiness, or you want to go back to the farm with mom and pop. There are so many opportunities open, and really strive to encourage people to go to those opportunities.
That begs an interesting question for you, Dean. Are we getting the kinds of minds that we need, the young people who are embracing science? Are you saying, wait a minute, we need more of these people?
We certainly need more, but we're very pleased with the numbers we're getting right now. Next fall at Iowa State University in the College of Ag and Life Sciences, we will beat the all-time record of undergraduate students. We'll be over 3,623 undergraduate students, and we hadn't done that since 1977. So that means we're going to beat our record, and we're going to keep building that population. Just one quick story. I was visiting with a student the other day who's going to be graduating in microbiology. She told me she was so excited about the opportunities that she had in front of her. She couldn't decide if she wanted to go and work for the Centers for Disease Control. She couldn't decide if she would go work with a private company that had been visiting with her that focuses on food safety issues, or she was thinking about pursuing her PhD. And she just couldn't decide which opportunity she was going to take. And I think that's the kind of conversations most of our students right now in the sciences of agriculture are having. What particular choice will they make? It's not about which job are they left with, it's what potential opportunity they want to take advantage of.
That's an exciting time of life for them, isn't it?
And
what a great era.
Pardon?
You're saying what a great era for agriculture.
What a great era. And we see it continuing on as we strive to really provide the technology that is needed so that we don't have hungry people in the United States or in the rest of the world.
Just coming back to you producers for a moment, in terms of the future in your operations, I know you've alluded a little bit, I know you did, Phil, to other family members involved. Malcolm, where do you see your enterprise going, for example? Is there that next generation coming along that you hope to be involved in your business?
Well, absolutely. You know, my children have all worked in our business since they were about 13, 14 years old. And while my daughters have elected to get into things like speech pathology and nursing, my son is looking at coming back into the business here in the next number of years. And that's a very exciting thing. You know, we look forward to that. Our business is both family and employee owned. And so the employees' children are looking at it as well, and that's just a very exciting way to grow our business.
That is neat. Phil Bradshaw, as a kid growing up on the farm in Indiana, you know, my dad said, hey, you know, take a look at the world around you. You don't have to farm. He didn't discourage me, but I was looking toward an air-conditioned job someday at a radio station. You know, I wanted to be in from the heat. What do you say to the family members coming along after you?
Well, that's very potent with me, very prominent with me right now, because my grandson, who's 21, will graduate from Western Illinois University next spring, coming up in spring, would like to come back to the farm. And in order to come back to the farm, it takes a sizable capital investment. And that means leveraging some of the resources that Grandpa has, leveraging them out for a long period of time. And that's a hard decision to make. And one of the reasons that I say it's hard, I think we as farmers, and I think the other gentleman here will agree, we've kind of figured out how to look at the markets, we've kind of figured out the weather patterns and all that. But right at this moment in time, we're having a very difficult time figuring out just what the consumer demands will be in the future, what their habits will be. Do you build a hog building that would bring up the income to the level we can bring in another? I want my grandson and my son and my children to have as good income, as good a lifestyle as their cousins that go to town. How do we do that? What's the consumer going to say? What's the regulations going to say? What's the future going to be for a hog building that we hope will be in production for 20 years or more? That's a decision we have to make relatively quickly. We have to make it now. And I'm telling you, the biggest problem I have is what consumers think we should do in the future and what regulations will be. That's the hard decision.
I'm struck by that significantly, because so many farmers, you know, worry about the markets and the weather, things they cannot control, but obviously you do respond to the consumer. Gary, I mean, this is an industry where you watch the consumer at all times. You want to know what he or she is thinking. Obviously, you know, we have this survey that gives us some insight, but you are responsive.
Absolutely. We're extremely bullish about the future and the opportunities that lie out there, and we think we're well positioned to take advantage of them or adapt to them. We understand that consumers will change over time as we look back through the decades. We're not concerned about that. We think we can adapt on the fly. Will it be a challenge? Sure. But that just makes it that much more fun and that much more entertaining and that much more challenging. But it keeps us on our toes and it keeps us at the top of our game, and we think that's a good thing. But we're extremely bullish about the future.
Malcolm DeKreiger, I see you nodding your head over here as well. You must be excited about the
you know, it is. To have been raised in this myself, and then to think about the young people coming in is just energizing. You know, at Bellster Milling, we are continuing to grow. We're continuing to look at new opportunities, and the young people that come in bring a fervor and a gleam in their eye. They're so excited about their opportunities, and you know, that we don't just bring in local kids to our operations. We bring in people from a lot of different areas as well, and so our nation is in great shape as far as I'm concerned. That youth and that technology that Casey talks about, there's huge opportunities, even to the point where I compare the technologies today in agriculture, kind of like a computer 30 years ago versus a computer today. I mean, it seemed like big stuff 30 years ago. You wouldn't remember that, Casey. But, you know, there's no comparison. And even for those of us who've been at it for a number of years, it's just catapulting in terms of the opportunities with technology and excited youth.
Gary, I see you're
and
chomping
some of
at
these,
the bit.
you know, it's in our interactions with the consumers, it's just not necessarily about the food products, but some of our farming practices. And one of the issues, a dairy cow is an amazing animal. You give it 100 pounds of feed and 30 gallons of water, it'll give you 100 plus pounds of milk, but it'll also give you 100 plus pounds of manure. And manure is an issue in today's environment, and the threat of contamination to groundwater and the smells and all the things that go with it. But rather than look at that as an obstacle or something that is going to be a challenge of it, we took a different approach, and now we harvest 100% of our manure. We put it into anaerobic digesters. We create a biogas. Anything electrical that you see today, this show as it's being broadcast is all cow power. It's 100% we supply our own electricity off of that biogas. Now, we could have looked at that situation as a bad deal and had arguments about it and discussions, but rather we chose to go a different direction. The feedback from consumers is that they're very happy in the direction that we're going, and so it changed the whole dynamic and the whole tone.
Phil, go right ahead.
I might just add a little bit to that. Right quick, I'll say, I think the Farmers and Ranchers Alliance, what we're doing here today, helps me make decisions because I'm going to learn more about what consumers think. I hope we'll have a good dialogue. I hope the consumers will come forth, and those of you have different opinions maybe than what we might have. I hope you express those because that helps myself, and I'm sure the other two, make our decisions. So I don't want to imply I wasn't bullish on agriculture. And I would just add to Malcolm, with our hog manure, it's liquid manure, it's under the ground. We inject that into the ground 6 to 8 inches under the ground. All that manure is injected so it can be used next year for the crops.
It's a resource. It's a crop nutrient.
It's a crop nutrient for our corn crop.
It's often been said about you pork producers, you use everything but the squeal. And
That's
you
right.
really do. You
That's right. But let me just add just a little bit.
Of society and your enterprise.
We actually test the manure and test the soil. And then we decide how many gallons of manure we inject to that in the ground.
So there's no excess application?
There's no excess application. We have rules and regulations.
All right.
They're very strict. Yep.
Very good. We have some questions from the audience here. Let's go to our audience here at Fair Oaks and see if there's someone who wants to weigh in. Where are you? I see a microphone out there. Please stand and identify yourself.
Hi, my name is Jenny Schweigert, and I have a blog, themagicfarmhouse.com, and I talk about our small farm and my in-laws' dairy farm. And I think one of the misconceptions are the difference between antibiotics and other pharmaceutical uses. And I think a lot of people mistake those antibiotics for being things like hormones and that. Can you explain how we need to tackle that misconception?
How we should tackle that misunderstanding of antibiotics?
Correct.
Versus hormones, you're saying?
Correct.
People tend to lump them in
yes.
one category.
Right.
Consumers may say, all right, these are chemicals that are being used in food production.
Right.
You know, I'm not a veterinarian. Actually, we have Dr. Gary Corbett, and maybe we ought to ask the doctor. But essentially, when you talk about an antibiotic, it's a product that is designed to kill a bug, whether primarily a bacteria, and the hormones are something very, very different. It's chemicals or naturally occurring products that stimulate a response, but the categories of hormones and antibiotics are very, very far apart in the biological fields.
I think events like we're doing today is going to be one of the greatest allies we have in dispelling those misconceptions because they're out there. They are. You can go to a lot of different blogs and see them, but it's going to take education, and it's going to take hearing from us producers talking to consumers to get that job done. And obviously, by our presence here, we believe in that and want to be a part of that educational process. But it's going to take that kind of effort. Writing about it or whatever is not going to get it done.
All right, let's go back to the audience. I think we have another question. Gentleman, right there in the middle. Identify yourself, please, and give us your question.
Hi, my name is Michael Platt. I have a question for the farmers in the room. Most people's experience with animals involves raising 1 or 2 dogs, and they understand what the commitment goes into that. And then when they hear the numbers that you're throwing out, it's hard to comprehend. Can you share with us, what does it do? How do you raise hundreds of thousands of animals on a farm, and what does that mean?
A lot of work.
Yeah. A lot of work. Yeah, a lot of work.
I mean, ourselves, as I said, we milk on this farm approximately 32,000 cows. We milk 3 times a day. So we're essentially milking 23 hours a day, 23 and a half hours a day, and some time left for cleanup. But it is a great deal of work. You have to be extremely organized. You have to be extremely committed. You have to believe in what you're doing, because you have to make that effort every day. With dairy, we're a 365, virtually 24-hour-a-day job on Fair Oaks. And so you have to bring a commitment and a dedication that this is what you want to do and this is what you want to be a part of your life. It's a lot of hard work, but it's extremely rewarding if you enjoy that, which we do. And we do, I say with all sincerity, consider it a privilege to be a part of the food chain and whatever we can do to provide safe and affordable food.
Very good, Gary. We have some questions coming in now through the website, fooddialogues.com. Let me read this one to you. The press, this came in from Truffle Media. It says, the press reports the carbon footprint of animal agriculture is high. What are farmers and ranchers doing to reduce the ag carbon footprint? Malcolm?
Yeah, you know, if you look at the carbon footprint of agriculture, there are different parts of it that are better than others. One of the things I think that from an animal livestock standpoint that really is something that we're working on is the sustainability. You know, in our farms, we will have pigs that will have their manure and urine and wash water that will be put into a cornfield to create a crop. That crop gets harvested, brought to the feed mill, turns into feed, comes right back to the farm. I mean, we have a very closed loop system to try and make sure that that is the definition of sustainability and minimizes the amount of spin-off, if you will, from a carbon footprint standpoint.
We have another question coming in from the website here to fooddialogues.com. This was submitted by Rick. He says, why is genetically modified, he puts that in quotes, why is genetically modified being pushed as the way to ensure a better food supply? How does the U.S. Farmers and Ranchers Alliance stand on GMO agriculture? Phil?
Well, I want to go back to the other question real quickly. We no-till all of our...
You can't do that.
Can't do that. Well, maybe we can't, but I'm going to try. We no-till 90% of our soybeans. That is carbon sequestration at its best. We minimum till all of our corn. And then we'll go back to your second question there. Why do we use genetically modified plants and seeds? First of all, it has lowered the use of chemicals dramatically. Off the top of my head, maybe somebody else can, but something like in the last 40 years that I've been farming, we've cut our use of chemicals in half. We've increased our production on my farm from 80 bushels to the acre to 3 years ago, 200. This year, unfortunately, probably going to be 150, 160 bushels the acre corn, 30 bushel beans to 60 bushel beans. So these are tools that we must use to feed the projection that Gary talked about a moment ago. I believe they're safe. 300 and some million of us have been eating genetically enhanced soybeans and products from them for now, what, 12 years? I think they're very safe. Our FDA and our USDA does a very good job of monitoring those things, but that's why we need it. We must increase the yields, and we also continuously lower the use of chemicals we add to the soil.
All right, Phil. Claire, I believe some folks have been communicating via social media, and maybe there's a question coming in from out there somewhere in America through that means.
So, as you've already seen, I mean, it's the debate and discussion is already well underway. We have one pointed question I think for one of the farmers, whoever you think, Max, will be the most blunt, what role do farm managers have for calling out bad actors in their farm communities? I know that's got to be a tough issue. That's from Willie on fooddialogues.com.
Well, it's a great question. There are bad actors in every industry. Realtors, teachers, car salesmen, broadcasters, heaven forbid. But what about in the industry of agriculture? Gary, let me come over to you for that.
Yeah, I think we all have a responsibility within our industries, and you touched on it. I think, unfortunately, sometimes ag gets pointed as the only industry that's undergoing or has its own bad actors. Unfortunately, every industry does. But we so believe in what we're doing that I think all of us as producers, if we identify or we recognize that somebody's way out of bounds in how they're treating their animals, how they're running their farm, whatever, have a responsibility to take an action, whatever that action might be, but we need to seek a solution to it.
We're going to head to New York right now. We understand there's an audience question in New York for us. So, John, do you have somebody there who has a question for us out here at Fair Oaks, Indiana?
That's right, Max. What a great conversation. We're really enjoying the panel today. And I have to say, just for myself, I haven't heard some of these questions really posed to a farmer before. So it's really incredible to hear the feedback that we're getting. But yes, we have a Miss Tamara Davis here with a really great question for you.
Hi, I'm Tamara Davis, and I'm founder of FiveForKids.org, which teaches cooking, basic cooking, and nutrition to public schools. My question is, there's been a lot of talk about the antibiotics used in farming. I'm wondering if anybody's testing what is going into the food and testing that so I know what's going into my kids when they drink milk.
Can you restate the question?
I want to know if anybody or who's testing the dairy products or the meat products as to if there's any hormones or antibiotics that's going into the food supply. Is this the farmers are testing this, or is this government testing? I want to know what's going into my kids' bodies.
Okay. Great question. So the question, I believe, is at the retail level, when that product is coming into the supermarket available for the consumer, has it been tested there? I mean, is there ongoing testing?
Absolutely.
Well,
in the pig business, at the packing plant, there are tests for antibiotics that are done on a daily basis. It's somewhat strategically random, but it is so there's no way for us to avoid it. We get reports from them on a regular basis that our animals were tested for such and such, and frankly, they're always negative. But yes, it's through the USDA and the Food Safety Inspection Service people.
With regards to dairy, a lot of large dairy farms will test at the farm site for antibiotic residue. But then every plant that receives milk to process into a dairy product is required by law, so they have to. It's the law. With regards to hormones, because a lot of these are proteins and whatever, and they're naturally occurring, many of these hormones that are used do not have tests for them. We simply can't test. BST is the prime example. They simply have not been tested because of the nature. They are naturally occurring, and so I'll use two big words here. The endogenous and the exogenous cannot be differentiated, and so.
Let me write that down. I got to come back to that later, Dr. Corbett. Let's go to California right now. Let's go to Jane Wells at UC Davis. We understand there's a question for Fair Oaks from there.
That is right. That is right, Max. Thank you. We do have a question for Malcolm from Christine. Christine, take it away.
Yes, hello, thank you so much. I was very interested about the use of manure to be injected into the earth and then fertilize the products, the corn products and others that are grown. My question is, has that manure been treated in any way for pathogen control? And my concern is contamination of water and potential contamination on food crops.
Actually, you know, manure has pathogens in it naturally, and so, but the way that our farms are designed and the way that our manure application plans are put together, they're monitored by the state environmental management agency. They know exactly where we're putting things, and we have very tight guidelines as to where we can put our manure, on what type of a crop, on what type of soil, Whether there are tiles there, we have to know all of that information. And you know, the thing that we need to remember about manure applications is that humans have used manure from animals as a fertilizer for literally thousands of years. And so what we're doing today is more documented and sophisticated, but it's not anything new. This is an agricultural thing that has been around forever. And so we are just very careful about where we're putting our different products and making sure that we don't put too much on. It's all tied in with what the yields are and the soil types and the type of crop.
Well, Malcolm, Phil, Gary, Wendy, Casey, thank you so much for being a part of our panel today. We may come back to you. You never know. Don't go too far away. Let's go back to Claire now.
Thank you, Max. What an incredibly, getting some local applause too, what an incredibly specific and informative set of questions and answers. Really remarkable. Thanks for that view from the heartland. Now we want to get a view from on high, as it were, from here in Washington, D.C. with Phil Limper. But before I turn it over to Phil, I just want to tell our local audience here, feel free to write down questions. We want to hear from you. I think some of the most interesting questions have been coming from the audience. Phil, take it away with your panel.
Thank you, Claire. And also, I've got to say, and just add, being the grandson of a dairy farmer, it's a privilege to be here and really have this open dialogue taking place. And when we look at Washington, and the theme of our session here is the view from 30,000 feet, I would suggest that a lot of people would say that it all starts and ends here in Washington, that both the opportunity and the challenges and maybe the problems are right here. So I'm looking forward to this panel being among the most controversial and really getting to the root of the issues. I want to introduce our panel, starting from my left, Dr. Jason Clay, who's the Senior Vice President, Market Transformation of the World Wildlife Fund. Then Kathy Block, the Director of Strategic Partnerships from the American Humane Association. And then Bob Stallman, Texas farmer and rancher, the President of the American Farm Bureau Federation and the Chairman of USFRA. And then John Scholl, the President of the American Farmland Trust. And then Frank DePasquale, the CEO of the School Nutrition Association. And then Trey Bailey, the Director of Agriculture and Food of Walmart. And then last but not least, we have Dan Glickman, the Senior Fellow, Bipartisan Policy Center, and former Secretary of Agriculture. Thank you all for joining us. Now, I want to go and start off with our panel discussion. And take a look at what we found in our nationwide survey. 93% of consumers care some or a lot about food prices and where that's going. 54% say they're dissatisfied with how farmers and ranchers are currently addressing the rising food prices. 95% of farmers and ranchers say that it's important they provide wholesome food to feed the world's population. We're also going to be taking questions here from our website, fooddialogues.com, and Claire will be looking at our social media questions as well. I guess the top line panel, our challenge here is to answer the question, if we look at our growing population worldwide, how are we going to feed everybody? I've also asked our panel to be no holds barred, to build on each other, and to feel free to disagree with each other as well. And when we look at situations like that, what's so critical is to understand what consumers are thinking about. So starting with our first question, and Jason, let me start with you. Rising population, dirtier air, dirtier water, less land, less people who want to be farmers. How do we make it all work?
I think we have to realize that we live in a global food system. The U.S. produces a lot of food, but we also, by value, import as much food as we produce domestically. So we can't take ourselves out of a global economy in this sense. The food dialogues like this are great because it lets us begin to ask questions about where our food comes from, how is it produced, does the planet support these kinds of production systems. For me, the issue is how to think about food, not what to think about it. And we need to start realizing that there's no silver bullet going forward. We're going to have 2 billion more people. They're going to have 2.9 times as much income. They're going to consume twice as much food. To put that another way, in the next 40 years, we've got to produce as much food as we have in the last 8,000 on a finite planet. We've got to produce more with less. Less land, less water, less fertilizer, less chemicals. We've got to intensify production. If we want to have any biodiversity left, if we want to have any natural ecosystems, wetlands, forests, etc., we have got to double up on production. We simply cannot expand farming onto the rest of the planet as we have for the last hundreds and thousands of years. So that's the challenge before us, and I hope we can dig into that a little bit more. What the world is looking for from the U.S. is innovation. And I think we have to look at our own food system and see, is this the structure that's going to really lead to innovation globally? And I think the issue that I would raise about innovation and the cautionary tale is, do subsidies contribute to innovation or not?
So Kathy, having heard what you just did, where does the humane treatment of animals and people fall in this challenge?
Well, thank you for the question. It's what American Humane is about, the protection of children and animals. I think your point is very well taken, Jason, but as we take technology and we take science, we want to be sure we take some of the social values, and that is the welfare of animals, because it indeed contributes not only to the safety of the food, but to the quality of the food. And how we raise animals says a lot about, I think, the production that we will have throughout the world and the influence that we can make upon the world. I might add that as consumers, the gentleman farmer in Indiana referenced, what are consumers thinking and are they going to change? He brought that up in a forum yesterday. As consumers go forward and we talk to them, their expectations about where their food comes from, how good it is for them, how good it is for the planet, I think we have to be, they have to expect that those expectations are going to cost more. And I think that's a part of what I hope these dialogues will be able to do, is to explain to people why, when you meet those kinds of expectations, you're not just providing a meal, but you're providing their social expectations that it will cost more to feed people.
Bob, I want you to wear your farmer rancher hat to answer the question. How do we deal with this growing population and feeding not only America, but the world?
Well, I think Jason laid out the challenge very ably. And the way we're going to have to deal with it to meet the constraints that are on this earth is through the use of technology. Now, a lot of the food debate that has been occurring in this country has been about the technologies that we're using now, the practices that we're using to meet the needs of the current population, and we'll have to expand on that greatly to meet the needs of the world by the time we get to 2050. And the dialogues are going to give us a real opportunity to have a talk about that. In addition, we have to talk about the marketplace and economics and prices. You know, consumers perhaps don't like high prices. I don't like high prices in the grocery store. But the reality is somehow the marketplace has to figure out a way to support the production of all the food that will be necessary by the time we get to that 2050 date.
Now, John, I get a lot of phone calls and emails from farmers who are struggling, that they're not making ends meet, they're looking at selling this beautiful property for condos so that their families can have money to live on. So how do we balance that with this huge challenge that we have about doubling food production?
Well, obviously it's a very complex set of issues that are in play here, and I think some of the panelists have indicated some of the opportunities we have to see this happen. I tend to go back to a fairly basic level and say that we really need to pay attention to that land resource, because that really is the fundamental basis of the productivity we have in American agriculture. And as my organization has pointed out quite strongly many times, we've lost 23 million acres in the last 25 years of farmland, and it's not always marginal farmland. Half of that generally is prime farmland that's the best at meeting the production needs that we're going to have to meet into the future. People have said we've doubled food production in the last 50 years. It's been well articulated. We're going to have to double food production in the next 50 years. I don't think we can assume that the answers that have helped us meet the challenge of the last 50 years are going to be the same as what we're going to have to do in the next 50 years. We're going to have to pay more attention to some things that, quite frankly, we've often taken for granted, protecting the land base being one of those. In the future, we're going to have more resource challenges. There's going to be less water. We're going to have to pay attention to the farmland. We have changing public attitudes in terms of how people look at some of the political and policy issues that's going to affect our ability to meet that challenge. And so I think it is going to be a very different picture, and we're going to have to go back and take a pretty basic look at some issues that we've pretty much taken for granted.
Now, Frank, I'd like you to look at this and put on your hat, obviously leading the schools in the nation with the challenges that they've got, but also from your retail experience. What's going to happen when we have to put into the system twice as much food for twice as many people? Does the system for distribution just blow up?
Well, it's not just food, it's not just feeding people, but it's about health and nutrition as well. You know, our diets are changing. We're all fighting, and I think we're doing a pretty good job, but a lot of work left to be done on childhood obesity. You know, we have the dietary requirements that are changing and improving. So our diets are changing as well. Kids in school, and we've been working very hard at having them eat more fresh fruit and vegetables. That's been improving. So it's not just about feeding people, and that's important, but it's also about health and nutrition. If you look at the National School Lunch Program, there's 31 million children every day are part of the National School Lunch Program. 11 million children every day part of the School Breakfast Program. 65% of those are free and reduced price meals. And that number increases, of course, because of the economy.
So, Trace, from your standpoint, describe to us what Walmart, leading retailer, is doing to manage and help this growing population and reduced resources.
Thanks, Phil. As a growing global retail company with more than 9,000 stores in 28 countries around the world, certainly the largest grocer here in the United States, these are issues we're grappling with now because we can't afford for them to become a bigger problem in the future. It's interesting, your survey showed that customers far and away are concerned by price and the cost of food. Our own consumer insight shows just that customers are always sensitive to how much food costs. But what's really important, I think, in today's dialogue is it can't come at any cost. Consumers are never going to compromise, as you all know, on food safety, but consumers aren't going to compromise on the healthfulness of their products, and they're not going to compromise on the ethics of the products. And so some things we're working on at Walmart, we see ourselves as a convener. We have an opportunity now to bring together the best minds in industry, the best minds in academia, the best minds in the agriculture, production, supply chain to really grapple with some of these challenges that we have around environmental sustainability and around the healthfulness and the sourcing of the products that we have on our shelves. A couple of things we've done in the last year, launched a major nutrition initiative to help pull out some of the sodium and trans fats and added sugars in the foods that our customers want, because customers wanted to eat healthy, but they just needed a little bit of help doing it. We're helping put some icons on packages to help customers identify what's healthier. And moreover, we're working to bring down the price of these better-for-you products because customers are going to continue to demand that they can't compromise on price and nutrition and some of these other things.
So Dan, I picked you for last for a reason. For 6 years, you were the man. You've heard... No longer the man. No longer the man. So now you can say anything you want.
That's right.
So now you've heard all of these folks and their positions and what the challenges are. As an insider in Washington for many years, is it doable? Can we do what Jason is suggesting? Can we do what Frank is suggesting? Or are we just fooling ourselves?
No, first of all, I think the panel shows that these issues are very important. I'm reminded when I was on the House Agriculture Committee in the 18th century, we used to have these discussions about consumer issues and food safety and a lot of conservation issues. And the word on the committee was we got to keep those people out of our sandbox because this is the farmer's sandbox and nobody else's. And that's changing, and that's good because food issues are as important as energy issues, healthcare issues, other national security issues. So these are now becoming elevated in people's minds. That's important. That helps producers. It also helps consumers. And besides, they're important because we have to feed ourselves and feed the world and do it in a way that's predictable so that we don't have unstable conditions around the world because of lack of food. So I think these dialogues are great. I co-chair a similar dialogue called AGREE that's funded by the major foundations in this country that's trying to do the same kind of long-term thing. So I'd say that is there, and what they're saying is wonderful. I'd mention two challenges that we have, however. One challenge is the U.S. government has been a big benefactor over the last 60 years in agriculture, huge benefactor. Not all segments of agriculture have benefited the same way. Those days are changing. I'm not going to say they're over because I think the Congress is exploring this right now, how to deal with the deficit and fiscal issues and how to make payments to producers sensible in a way where we're really struggling with this debt problem. But no longer will Uncle Sam be providing the same kinds of monies into agriculture than it's done in years past. So we have to learn how to cope with that. Fortunately, we're in a period, I think, of higher farm prices for a long time to come. And that will mean that farmers may be less dependent on Uncle Sam than they have been before. And perhaps the programs can shift to ways that really help folks when they really need it. The second thing is research. Folks talked about technology and other things. It is disgraceful how we have let our national research budget fall in real terms in the last 10, 15 years in agriculture. And the only way we're going to address the problems that Jason and others have talked about, which is feeding a hungry world in a sustainable way with food safety in mind and do it safely and so consumers have confidence, and to grow more and increase yields and do that in a way both here at home and around the world, is to have an effective research budget. And I'm reminded that 50 years ago we did this in the Green Revolution, and it's basically stopped. I'm not saying there isn't research going on, but the levels of public research into agriculture are astonishingly low in real terms. And we have to turn that around if we want to really address some of these long-term challenges, which is a problem because it costs money to do that. But we're going to have to redirect some of these funds to more long-term purposes. And I think in that sense we can be a much stronger country and have a much stronger agriculture in America and around the world too.
I want to take a question from one of our folks through our website, but before that, Dan, I just wanted to give a postscript. I missed you in those powdered wigs.
Yeah, well, I don't have very much hair anyway, so I've learned to show my scalp more, like Bob Stallman does.
Exactly, exactly. So I want to go to a question that Michelle posted on our website. First, she said, you know, just as we've talked about, what is the U.S. Ag's responsibility in feeding a population expected to exceed $9 billion by 2050? So that's part one. What is the U.S.'s obligation? And then second, do you agree or disagree that it takes all types of farms to offer both the choices and necessary quantities of food? So Bob, let's start with you on that.
Well, absolutely, and that's a great question, Phil. It does, starting with the last question first, it does take all of us. It takes all different kinds of production. It takes all different kinds of commodities being produced. And that's the one thing we want to emphasize to consumers, I think, as farmers and ranchers. We want choices for consumers. We want healthy choices for consumers, and we want to help inform consumers about what those choices mean. But at the end of the day, to meet the needs that we're going to have to by 2050, we're all in this together. It doesn't matter whether you're local, organic, conventional, biotech, range-free, those kind of free-range items and livestock, and that's going to be part of it because consumers are going to demand choice, but at the same time, we need to be producing food every way we can to make up that amount that we're going to need by 2050.
And the first part of the question, what's our responsibility, the U.S.'s responsibility to feed people globally?
Well, speaking for farmers and ranchers, we've always felt that we had a moral responsibility even to do everything we could first to provide for food for this country, but that we did have a responsibility to continue to do what we could in terms of production to meet the needs of many other consumers across the world. And we've done a fantastic job of this. We're frankly have been the breadbasket of the world. There are other countries now that are stepping up and producing more. But consumers, I think, really are more interested in what's happening to their food production that we're providing for them, and maybe, according to the surveys, not quite so interested in the concept of feeding the world. But I think farmers and ranchers still feel that tug that we do have the capability and, to some extent, the responsibility to help provide that food for a growing and hungry world.
Dan? I would say, you know, for years and years we had big surpluses, largely in the grains, and oilseeds, rice. And so we had the luxury of using a lot of those surpluses to feed hungry people around the world. Those days are probably largely over, the days of big surpluses. And yet the U.S., I think, still has a responsibility to help in making the world more self-sufficient, to build indigenous production systems in sub-Saharan Africa and other places that need it desperately. Why? Because it's the right thing to do, as Bob said. We're also in a global economy. So what happens in Kenya or Tanzania or Indonesia affects us very directly, both from a political situation as well as getting ourselves involved in international conflicts. And in fact, we saw with the Arab Spring, the problems in North Africa were in part due to lack of subsidized food in some of those countries. And so it is in our interest to be engaged in these areas.
Jason, you agree?
Yeah, I think we have to be careful about what the U.S. role is globally. I think that, in fact, what we've found with famine and refugee and crisis situation is when we bring in food from the U.S. or Europe, what we do is undermine local food markets. And so just when local farmers or regional farmers should be getting higher prices because there's a scarcity, they get undercut by the import of cheap food. So we need to be more thoughtful about that, because we need to be stimulating food production in those places to prevent future famines rather than undermining them. And I think we've learned a lot in the last 30 years about that. The other issue, though, that I think is important is back to your earlier question. Yes, we need to be scale neutral. I would say we ought to be technology neutral as well. Let's focus on results. What are the results we want to see? How much soil erosion per ton of output is acceptable? Today it uses a liter of water to produce a calorie of food on this planet. Is that acceptable? How do we get it down to a half a liter to produce 2 calories? Let's start getting the right metrics, the right science. I think part of what the science that we need to develop, and I think the U.S. could play a real lead in this, is how do we measure what is sustainable? How do we begin to understand what the range of production is and shift the entire performance curve? If we don't have metrics, we just have opinions. And opinions are good for everybody. But as that old expression we used to have in Missouri goes, if you don't know where you're going, any road will get you there. Where the hell are we going? What do we want to do?
John?
I think one of the encouraging trends I see in agriculture is that we are increasingly consumer focused. When I was a kid growing up on a farm in Cooksville, Illinois, my dad would take his corn and soybeans and oats to the local elevator, and that basically was his market. That's kind of where it ended. I don't think we're doing that today. I think we're much more in tune of, you know, where are those products going, what does the consumer demand? And I think where that affects this question is when you think about you know, all the other kinds of agriculture that we can engage in this country and folks are engaged in, I'm seeing a much more consumer-driven, consumer-focused response from producers saying that, you know what, if organic is something that we can produce and there's a consumer demand for it, let's go for it. That's an opportunity for us. We can do that. We don't grow corn on our farm because we're in love with corn. We grow it because we've got resources, we've got some knowledge, but we also know we've got some tools that can help us participate in a lot of other ways that I think, while it won't all be focused on meeting a growing global demand, it certainly is going to be adding a measure to domestic security, I think, as far as being able to produce food that we need as this country. That's very encouraging and very positive.
Kathy, hearing what everybody's saying, what comes to mind is the discussions that I've heard, and this panel can certainly verify them true or not, that if in fact we wanted to do everything humanely and we want to do all these challenges, we don't have enough room on the planet. What do we do?
Well, I don't think that I would disagree with you that we don't have enough room for humane. I think there's always room for humane and animal welfare. However, I do think there are choices in animal welfare too, and some of the groups that have been persistent about driving the highest cost solution and mandating that it be one sort of production over another is to us not fair. There should be choices like there are choices in what you want to eat, but we don't have a food agenda. People can eat whatever they want to. We just feel people have no right to abuse animals. So how do we provide them with choices to say, I want to participate, I want my animals to be well taken care of, but I want to be able to afford it. So for to see the most expensive solutions be mandated is wrong because it becomes elitist. And when you put animal welfare into a category that only rich people can afford, it's wrong. So we want to broaden it and make choices available for animal welfare so that it is not a barrier to trade, but a criteria to trade, and that animals are considered to be a vital part of our food supply.
Jason, and then Bob, I want your opinion on this.
Well, I think in terms of, the animal welfare issues is a very interesting one. We have to be very careful about not maximizing one solution at the expense of optimizing several. And I think that goes way beyond animal welfare into other issues too. But animal welfare is not just about space. It's about mortality. It's about time to market. It's about feed conversion. These are all indicators of animal welfare. Basically how rapidly animals gain weight is an indicator of the stress on them, et cetera. So we need to be looking at these in a more complicated way to come up with indices that are more reflective of this rather than just single issues. But I think that's true of sustainability way more generally than just animal welfare.
Bob?
Well, it's interesting, the survey that we did comparing farmer and rancher values and consumer values is that we're both very committed and interested in the welfare of animals, humane animal production practices. So I think it's very clear from a producer standpoint that we're going to respond to that. And as we try to meet the challenge of producing ever more amounts of protein, in the case of animal and meat particularly, we will have to figure out ways to improve on what we do. And I think that's a message that often gets lost perhaps in these food debates we've been having and amongst consumers, is that agriculture has continually been about improvement. Farmers and ranchers are looking for ways to improve. And more research will provide us those kind of answers. And as we move forward and get more experience, more research, address consumer needs, and also the restrictions we have relative to other resources on this planet, I'm confident farmers and ranchers are going to figure out a way to do it.
Trey, I want to go back to the retail. Large retailer, obviously the world's largest food retailer. How do you answer the question about big farms, small farms? How does Walmart look at big farms versus small farms based on the criteria that you laid out, what Walmart's agenda is?
Thanks, Phil. With 140 million customers every week, we have a real challenge trying to keep our shelf stocked with the products that customers want at the prices they want. And there's no one place for us to go and get all the products that we need at those right prices. In fact, in our supply chain, there's room for everybody, from very large conventional farms to very small niche farms. You may have a pumpkin grower in the Mid-Atlantic that drives 1 or 2 truckloads of pumpkins to our stores, or 1 or 2 truckloads of sweet corn in Georgia. But we also have to take this model even more global. We had a question earlier from online, what's the role for U.S. agriculture in the world? From our perspective and in our supply chain, we see opportunities to take U.S. agriculture with us as we grow overseas to new consumers. You have consumers in all parts of the world, Asia, Latin America, Africa, that are growing in wealth. So we have a supplier in California makes a mixed nut product for us. We've introduced that to consumers in Central America and Mexico, and we'll take it other places. We've just opened stores through franchise agreements and small cash and carry businesses in India. We're now working with farmers in Washington State to supply them with some apples and apple products. We opened stores in Chile. We're introducing things there like cranberry sauce, completely new and unique to customers there. So there's a lot of opportunity for U.S. agriculture to engage globally.
I just, listening to Trace, I'm thinking that if somebody were to ask me who is the most influential entity in the food and agriculture environment today, I'd probably turn to my friend right here, because they serve more customers than anybody in the world. And it's not just Walmart, it's people like Walmart. 20 years ago, you probably would have never had a major food chain in a discussion like this, because Walmart and the consumer will have as much to do what the food producer does as Congress will or as regulators will in the future. So I think it's very significant, and the fact that they've become very sensitive to a lot of these issues, reformulating their foods to reduce salt and fat in their foods. They're engaged in all parts of this discussion, and I think that's really an important change in American agriculture.
Just to build on that, if I could, Phil, and talk about Walmart, we think breakfast in the classroom, school breakfast, is very important. A hungry child, it's difficult to learn. And we are seeing tremendous results when kids eat breakfast, whether it's in the classroom, in the cafeteria. Headaches, stomachaches, dramatically reduced. But it takes more than government support, and Walmart has stepped forward, the Walmart Foundation, and provided that support financially. And we've been able to spread breakfast in the classroom throughout the country due to the support of Walmart, which is very critical.
To be respectful, what do we say to those farmers, those ranchers, those consumers that say, we're giving Walmart too much power? Having heard everything that the three of you said, there's also that whole other side that says, hey, wait a minute. Yeah, that watermelon vendor is going to sell all their stuff to Walmart. As a result, Walmart's now in power and said, here's what you're going to charge me. You're not going to necessarily make the profit. How do you respond to that?
Thanks, Phil, for that. When we talk, but when we talk about sustainability and sustainability around agriculture, we don't consider it to be just about the environment. There are other things that interplay there, whether it's ethics or some of these social issues. And the livelihood of farmers is one of those, has to be one of those metrics. If we don't have a healthy but vibrant American agriculture economy, we don't have the products on our shelves that we have to sell to our customers. So it's incumbent on us to work with our suppliers, to work with others in the supply chain in the industry to make sure that we have this economy and that we're paying appropriate prices for our products. Of course we want to get those prices down to the most competitive level and pass those savings on to our customers. That's who we are. That's what we're about. Our tagline says, save money, live better. But farmers and ranchers around the country are also our suppliers. And so we have to have them healthy. There's one thing that Jason talked about earlier, and that's around having good metrics and good indices to guide us on the decisions that we're making. And I think that's critical. We're at a point. We have some grand challenges at this point in time, but we have to have good science, good metrics, and use those to make sure they're guiding our decisions appropriately so that we're doing the right thing for consumers, we're doing the right thing for the environment, we're doing the right thing for the economy.
Want to move on to the next question, but Dan, I know you have a comment.
First of all, I love Walmart. They've done a great thing, and they're socially responsible, but the real trick here is to make sure there's competition. So we don't want them owning all the grocery stores in America either. And so you got to have a competitive system where you have active enforcement of our antitrust laws, anti-concentration laws, to ensure that there is, in fact, full competition for farmers to compete as well as for consumers to choose to buy.
I'd like to ask this to all of our panelists. And I think I know Jason's answer, but I'm going to start with you anyway. What's the one thing that we need to focus on over the next 10 years? Just that one thing to improve the process from start to finish, if you would, farm to fork, to delivering high-quality, safe food to everyone in America.
You really want to constrain it that way?
Yes, I do.
Globally.
No, America.
I'm saying globally, the one issue that if I were going to look at just one thing, it would be soil carbon. If we don't have good soil, we don't have farms. And it's as simple as that. And most farms globally are actually losing more soil than they're producing. And so building soil, bringing carbon into pricing, paying farmers for increasing soil carbon, for increasing carbon, creating new assets from carbon, solving climate change issues and increasing food production at the same time. If we could begin to think about that and develop metrics around that and push that forward in 10 years, that would be a great game.
Kathy?
I taken the holistic approach to looking at how we look at our food, that it isn't just something on the table, but there was someone on an animal on one end from the protein standpoint, a farmer or a rancher growing that. Somebody has prospered through the time of selling it, buying it, and all that we revolve around in that. And so obviously I'm going to go back to saying animals are the most important, but it is when we have a respect for food, I think that we begin to see it from who grows it, who the animal is, the entire sustainability issue of the way we look at our food.
Bob, most important point?
I'm going to have to go with research. Secretary Glittman talked about it earlier. When you look at the tremendous advances that have occurred in agriculture that allowed us to be more productive, and frankly, that's translated directly into consumers' pockets in terms of lower prices, our rate of productivity gain is starting to decline, and a reason for that in agriculture is this reduction in public research for agriculture. And so for the long term, to get the technologies in place and the things we're going to have to do to produce more from basically the same amount of land and probably having fewer resources to do it with, we're only going to reach that challenge by investing in research and developing those technologies that we're going to need to use.
John?
All good points have been made. I guess I would add the point that I think one of the things we're going to have to be very mindful of is how we react to some of the challenges that we have to the agricultural industry. We tend to be on the defensive a lot, and I think that's sending a message to an awful lot of people, and it's been borne out in some of the statistics and the survey work that's been done, that they're not real sure that we're aware of some of the challenges. Do we care? Are we taking steps to address it? All of which I think there's an affirmative answer to. But I think particularly when you look at a changing political environment, policy issues playing a critical role in terms of what the future of this industry looks like, and what our ability to meet that growing demand is going to be, that being very upfront and saying we've got challenges, there are places we may need help to meet those challenges, but we also have a terrific opportunity to be part of a solution to make sure that we have a workable and a productive system, I think is another factor that's going to be very important that we address.
Frank, the #1 issue for the next 10 years when it comes to our food supply?
I would definitely agree with research, but I would add education, particularly nutrition. And farmers listen. We have a farm-to-school initiative, and when farmers visit schools and help educate children about what they do, we see an increase in consumption of fruits and vegetables. But I think education, particularly for children on nutrition, is my #1 priority.
Trace?
So all good points have been made, and would certainly agree with the prior panelist. I will take the perspective of our core customer. And our immediate need, not just for food, but for everything, is fixing the economy. Bring unemployment down, spur innovation, get people into jobs, and improve consumer confidence because it's pretty challenged right now. And so in terms of food, people would like to invest in food, they'd like to buy more, but we see in some cases in our stores where people run out before the end of the month and have 10 days where they can't even shop. So we'd love to sell food, but they don't have the money to do it. So if we can fix the economy, get employment numbers back down, get some security back in jobs, and get consumer confidence back up, then I think we have a license to work on many of these other issues that we want to focus on.
And hopefully that doesn't take 10 years.
Hopefully not.
I agree with what everybody said, so if I have to be a little bit different and unique, I just say water. We use about 75% of the world's water for agriculture and the irrigation of crops. We have the largest underground lake in the world that feeds corn production all throughout the Great Plains that's being depleted rapidly. And water depletion is taking place all over sub-Saharan Africa. I heard today that it's in China. The amount of water that's used in agriculture that's being minimized by drought and urbanization. And the growth of people moving from rural into urban parts of this world is dramatic. And I guarantee you they will not have water for agriculture as their highest priority. They will have water for their own usage as the highest priority. So we have to find a way to grow more crops, to feed more people, to feed more animals with better or less use of water. And I think that's a dominant issue facing the future.
So as we started the discussion, we talked about dirtier air, less water, less land. as the foundation for some of the issues. How do we talk to consumers today about the rising food prices? We've seen huge increases so far this year. Everything that I read looks like it's going to continue to increase. How do we address the consumer concern that says, you know, back to Trey's customer, I can't afford to eat, I can't afford the food? It's about communication. That's what this dialogue is all about. What's the message that collectively we need to get to the consumer to really respond to that particular question? Food prices going up, going to continue to go up. Who wants to take a shot at this one? Bob.
Yeah, let me start, Phil. And, you know, this gets into systemic problems, you know, within the global economy, and that is related to energy. The biggest driver of higher food prices is energy cost, the price of oil. And that affects everything throughout the chain. Agriculture, farmers and ranchers, about 20% of our input costs are related to energy. So obviously when the price of energy goes up, that directly affects production costs at the farm level. But not only that, throughout the food chain, energy costs have a huge impact. And, you know, there's a lot of blame that gets thrown around for higher food prices. But if you really want to do the analysis, it's pretty much correlated to the price of oil.
We have time for one more panelist to comment about food prices. Then we've got a ton of questions from our audience, and I want to go to those. Jason?
Food prices, I mean, most of the people who are looking at this think that food prices are going to continue to rise, and it certainly was linked to energy in the past, but now it's becoming linked more broadly to resource scarcity, water, land, etc. And in fact, we don't pay for any environmental externalities. So we don't pay for pollution, we don't pay for soil loss, we don't pay for biodiversity loss, we don't pay for water, actually, in most places. We start putting prices on any of those things, and the price of food goes up. So there's no such thing as a free lunch. We've got to figure out how we can produce more with less and get the quality we need at a price the planet can live with.
And with that, let's head to our audience here in Washington. Who has the first question for us? If you could stand up and identify yourself and where you're from, and don't stand up.
Thank you. My name is Audrey Adamson, and my question is addressed to Dr. Clay. You talked about doubling food production. You also mentioned the need to concentrate production, more production, less land, less water, to feed a population with more income looking to put more protein in their diets. How do you envision U.S. agriculture, and for that matter, global agriculture, meeting that challenge?
Well, I would hope that the U.S. agriculture would begin to look more at what are the metrics we need. What crops produce more calories per acre? What crops produce more nutrients per acre? What crops produce more nutrients per liter of water, per kilo of soil erosion? I mean, we need to start looking at this a little more carefully. We have the science and we have the systems and the infrastructure in place to do this. We could lead the world in this discussion. And we have the most fertile land base to proceed from to help shape these discussions. We're not going to feed the world by ourselves, though. And in fact, we would never want to take that challenge on. We're all in this together. We've all got to figure out solutions, but we need to play much more of a leadership role than we have. And I think our innovation has been kind of stymied in the last 40 or 50 years. I think we need to get back on track on that and show what we can do. But there's not going to be a single silver bullet. We're going to have to look at genetics. We're going to have to look at technology. We're going to have to look at better practice. We're going to have to figure out how to bring degraded land back into production. You know, lots of different things. We will, through these piecemeal, we will get to what we need, the doubling of food.
Next question from our audience. And if you could stand up and identify yourself and where you're from.
My name is Jennifer Garrett. I'm from Chicago, Illinois. And I wanted to
I didn't mean the city, the company, your organization. But welcome, Chicago.
Thank you. I'm a nutritionist and I work at McCain Foods. And I wanted to thank the panel for acknowledging the importance of science, of research, and Frank, of nutrition, because that is a very critical piece, obviously. 65% of the children are not overweight or obese, yet our food programs continue to be designed in schools for those that are. And one of the things that comes to mind for me is the vegetable that kids prefer most, which would be the most affordable vegetable, potatoes and corn, are being limited to 1 serving per week. This is not a science-based decision. It's not a research-based decision. So how can we help continue to get USDA to make science and research-based decisions so that kids can have potatoes and corn in schools?
I would just say that that might be a bit premature because the decision has not been made. The USDA is still taking that under consideration, and we have had numerous meetings with the USDA, and we'll see in December what the final regs are, but I said that that might be a bit premature at this point to make that comment.
Since I was also involved in this whole issue of the food guide pyramid, now it's the plate and other issues, this is always a complicated subject because everybody has their parochial interest in what should be served either in the schools or what should be preferred in the designation of the pyramid and everything else. I give great compliments on this issue to both Congress and the administration because they have passed legislation, hopefully gets implemented properly, that in fact will result in much greater authority to improve the nutritional quality of food in the school feeding programs. But, you know, we have to, on this one, we do have to go with the science, and the science is becoming more and more clear, although not perfectly clear, that a diet needs to be much more balanced than the kind of diet I got when I was going to school a very long time ago, and most of the people in this audiences were. And I think USDA is leading in that direction with the help of Frank and organizations like his.
Claire, I think we've got some tweets, some Facebooks, and some questions from out there in the universe.
We do, yeah. The social media is exploding with questions. And I think this one is probably best for Secretary Glickman. And a really interesting subject, it hasn't come up yet. It seems like agriculture is a vital component to our national security. Yes. Do you see American agriculture included in national security policies pertaining to food safety, foreign labor, the economy, and our military? And you would know this. Is it already generally part of those discussions?
I think it's getting more and more highlighted. I felt for a long time that food and agriculture issues and related conservation issues were really relegated down too low in terms of our national discussion. But I know that issues like global food security now have gotten great interest from the Secretary of State, the Secretary of Defense, as well as the Secretary of Agriculture. And I think people are recognizing that in this global world we're inextricably linked together, and what happens in one part of the world really impacts us. And you know, I want to go back to this question about food prices. We've been fortunate in America. The amount of our dollar we pay for food is far less than most places in the world. We've actually benefited from the fact that our food is relatively cheap in America. In other parts of the world, it isn't so cheap. In fact, it's so cheap here that we throw away in the garbage around 90 billion pounds of food every year, wasted, unused, and that kind of thing. So, you know, my hope is that food security issues will rise, both domestic production as well as globally, and I think it's happening right now.
And one that I think is appropriate for Jason on Twitter from @MountainFarmer. Why is it that we use technology, medicine, science, and best practices in almost everything we do, but it's taboo or controversial in farming?
Well, I mean, you know, it's interesting. I think I grew up on a farm, a very small farm, and I learned how to farm from my father and my grandfather, and I think that's how actually most farmers learn. So I think farming itself has traditionally, and much more so globally than even in the US now, is linked to generations past and wisdom past that hasn't been challenged, that hasn't been, a lot of farmers don't adopt the best practices or are 20, 50, 60 years late in coming to the table. You look at productivity, the best farmers in the world are 100 times better than the worst. We need to close that gap. With IT, with information technology, we can do that much faster. It doesn't mean that there's a single practice we should be pushing, but what are the results that we want to measure farmers on, and how do they get to improve themselves? That's the kind of questions, that's how we need to think about this issue. Hopefully, you know, at World Wildlife Fund, we see farming as the biggest threat to the planet, but also the biggest opportunity to get right. But no mistake about it, if we don't get where we produce food and how we produce food right, we can turn out the lights and go home. From the point of view of biodiversity, we've lost the battle.
And Phil, one more from our Facebook chat from Christopher. Bob, I'll direct this to you. If companies that raise livestock feel consumers have an inaccurate perception of modern agriculture, why don't they allow more transparency into the process? Can there be more transparency, or is that another misperception?
That is a great question, and I think there is a growing recognition amongst producers that we need to have greater transparency. You know, farmers and ranchers tend to be fairly private people. They don't want a lot of strangers messing around on their farm or ranch. And then plus you add in the factor of some who are actively out to get farmers and ranchers. It creates a little paranoia, but I think there's a realization now that consumers want some of that transparency. And if you'll go on YouTube, you will see, and in many cases, they're younger farmers opening up their operations on YouTube with very direct and clear video of what they're doing inside. There are other operations like Fair Oaks that are encouraging consumers to come in, citizens to come in and look at their operations. And I think that's a growing trend. There are still some biosecurity issues involved. Because sometimes, particularly in livestock production, you want to be sure that there's not going to be any transmission of any bacteria or disease. But those are addressed generally with the way you prep the people coming in. So I think you will see more of it as we go through these dialogues.
Interesting. Well, I mean, the other thing I would wonder is, you talked about YouTube and that sort of transparency. But what does that even mean, transparency? Does that mean having tours once a week, or literally, how do you achieve that beyond YouTube access? What do you think people really want when they say transparency?
I am hoping that through this conversation that we're going to have with consumers, that farmers and ranchers are going to have with consumers, we're going to get an idea of what consumers want to see as transparency. Mm-hmm. We don't really understand, I think, at this point, how much consumers want to know. I'll be honest with you, I'm a beef producer. There may be a reluctance for consumers to really get down in the, let's just say, cow poop to the extent that we have to when we are working cattle. They may not want to see all of that. I don't know, but we're going to find out. And I think there's a growing willingness on the part of producers now to figure out a way to open up their operations and make it more transparent to consumers.
There is one more, Phil, that I think is interesting, but you will have to help me direct it. It is from Yi Wang on our fooddialogues.com site. Farmers and ranchers in many countries have rejected the ecological risks and some of the worries posed by genetically modified crops and food. How does this affect, or I suppose pressure, U.S. farmers' decisions on what kind of seeds they plant?
Well, I think, Jason, you could probably give us the overall, and then Dan, I'd like you to answer that as well. But also before we do that, one thing, Bob, to your point, when we look at transparency, we've done two things. One is we had a public television special called Food Sense that we called farmers and ranchers around the country to bring our cameras in and to tell the story. And I can't tell you how difficult it was in order to do that and to not think that we were going to, and again, it's public television. We're not sensational. On the other hand, we now give farmers and ranchers flip cameras to do their own tours that we post on our website. And I can tell you, we have a line of people who want to expose what they're doing. But back to Claire's point, Jason.
Well, I think if you look at food production, you can't take genetics off the table. I mean, genetics is what got us here. As they used to say, dance with the one that brung you. I mean, we wouldn't be in a city without genetics. We'd still be hunting and gathering, and population would be much, much lower than it is today. So the question isn't if, it's how. We've got to do plant breeding. Can we use modern technology to select for markers and traits and actually do breeding that enhances drought tolerance, disease resistance, productivity? You can do all of those things with genetic and engineering and still not have a GMO. So who's really against that? And in fact, if you want to look at something like corn, I mean, corn is arguably the first GMO in existence because it was created from two unrelated, directly related species thousands of years ago. I mean, so this was done by indigenous groups in Mexico a long, long time ago. So I think we just need to really get our heads around what is it that we're afraid of, and then begin to whittle away at the metrics around this and see what we can buy into. And there's going to be differences. Different markets are going to require different things. Fine, that's fine. But let's start talking about science and data and not about assumption and fears. And let's get science and data around the assumptions and fears.
I agree with Jason. I make a couple of points. There's been a lot of exploitive political rhetoric out there about the issue of GMOs, and on both sides of the issue. And some of the companies early on said it was the cure for every disease known to human being, including the lack of hair on our heads. And I haven't seen a GMO crop that's addressed that yet. Once they do, they'll make a lot of money. But the truth is that on the other side, there are people who they have the fear of it. And in a lot of cultures, the manipulation of genes is not viewed as a positive for historic reasons and other kinds of things. And I think what you need here is we need all these technologies, including genetic engineering as appropriate, but you also need an effective regulatory system. So it looks like the public interest is being served by people watching out for the public as a whole who don't have a financial interest in pushing a particular genetic engineered crop into the marketplace. And with that, I think we're a lot better off today than we were 15 or 20 years ago. But I do think there are some cultures, some places, especially in Europe, where there is just this almost pathological resistance to the issue of genetic engineering. The problem with that is that you probably can't feed the world with less water and less soil and dealing with pests and drought and disease without at least using some of this technology. And the more we can talk about these issues openly, the better we will be.
All right, and interestingly, Phil, we now have a question from one of our California panelists for this panel. Jane, I think you have a panelist question for us.
Yes, we do, Claire. Thank you very much. The challenge is daunting. You're kind of bumming me out back there. How are we going to feed the world? But somehow I think, as someone said, we're going to figure it out. One of our panelists, Michael Dimmock, is here, and he is president of Roots of Change, and I know a pioneer in the slow food movement. Michael, what's your question?
Well, I actually want to reach back to the Midwest a little bit, where we got into the discussion around antibiotics. And in the spirit of transparency, I think it's really important to go to another level. We talked about the therapeutic use of antibiotics, and we all agree that animals that are sick need to have antibiotics, and we really appreciate the work of farmers to keep those antibiotics and animals out of the food stream. The big concern for people in my world is the subtherapeutic use of antibiotics, and that wasn't really discussed. I think it's important that we hear about the impact of subtherapeutic antibiotics and the concerns of Harvard University and others, that those are impacting the efficacy of antibiotics in the long term.
Seems like a natural for you.
Well, let me just go personal with this one. Actually, I use subtherapeutic doses of antibiotics in a weaning ration for the breeding heifers that ultimately turn into our breeding stock on the farm. And we do it for about 30 days. And the reason we do it is very simple, is because it keeps the animals healthier than they would be otherwise, because weaning, whether it's a human baby or a calf, is a stressful period of time for an animal. And so making that transition and having that subtherapeutic use for that brief period of time does bring health benefits. Otherwise, you would have sick animals that you would have to be treating with acute for therapeutic doses for acute conditions. And so that's why we do it. Other than that, I don't use them on the farm, but there are reasons for doing this, and I think that's part of this dialogue, is to explain the reasons that they're used. Farmers and ranchers are always looking for ways to improve. In a perfect world, we would like to farm and ranch without any inputs, because inputs cost us money. The reality is that's not going to work very well. So we want to minimize the use of things that do add to our input costs. But at the same time, we have a responsibility, I think, to keep, in the case of animals, the animals as healthy as possible.
Interesting.
And let's stay at UC Davis. Jane, I understand an audience member has a question for our panel as well.
That's right, Phil. We have a Dr. Rob Terry, if you want to stand up and address your question to the panel in D.C.
Yes. I think we've learned over time, recent times, how our lack of energy independence has impacted our national security. And I'm just wondering, is there any concern that current political, economic, social trends could be leading us down a similar path with our agricultural and food security?
Go to Secretary Glickman first.
You know, I hope not. It's ironic in the area of energy security. In many respects, we're not much better off today than we were 40 years ago. You think about it. The same issues, the same kind of imports. We're looking at some alternatives. There's a lot of people who criticize biofuels, including ethanol, you know, don't realize that it's still about the only realistic alternative there is to put in your car today if we were to be embargoed with gasoline is ethanol. So we haven't made a lot of progress there. We're probably more vulnerable today than we've ever been. And agriculture is probably the most vulnerable industry to being cut off. I hope that this kind of debate and all of the issues that we're now seeing elevated to the national level makes us realize that food security is even more important than energy security for the long-term future of the globe. And we certainly are seeing that in the developing world. And to think that we in America are immune from this is probably not realistic. That is, we have the same long-term vulnerabilities on water and soil and pest and disease that almost everybody else does in the world. We had a drought in Texas, as Bob knows, this year that was like, it was, I don't know if it was a 100-year, a 1,000-year, or a 10,000-year drought. And I suspect those conditions are getting more and more frequent. And whatever the cause of them is, we have to be prepared to deal with them in order to produce enough food in this world.
And let's go to Fair Oaks. And Max, you haven't had me on your radio show recently. What's going on here? But I know you have a question from someone in your audience as well.
Now that you mention it, pal, it'll be just a matter of days, Phil. Yeah, our group here has been nodding their head in agreement, shaking their head a little bit, but listening attentively by all means. We do have a question from the audience. Would you please stand and identify yourself and direct the question?
Hi, I'm Dr. Carolyn Orr, family beef producer. I wondered why consumers are willing to pay 10 times more for new cars and refrigerators with the best technology and the most updated technology. But when it comes to food, they won't pay any more and they don't want technology. I'm getting, until this year, we got the same for cattle this year that we got 25 years ago on the hoof. And yet they complain about food prices.
Well, I'm not sure who here wants to take a stab at that, but because that's a tough one. But I can tell you that I agree with you. All the consumer panel surveys that we do on a constant basis finds the exact same thing. And I think it goes back to something that the panel said before, which is about education. I don't think that we've done a great job really educating consumers to really what goes on in our food supply, where our food comes from. And I know, Frank, you were part of the whole Food Sense project. Would you concur with that?
I would agree. Absolutely, Phil.
And Trey, what about you?
So I would say, you know, consumers aren't opposed to technology in food. I think, and you have to look at the processing side of the grocery store to identify some areas where consumers are willing to pay more. The example that comes to mind is probiotics in yogurt or added fiber in, you know, a cereal. Those sorts of things are important to consumers, and they'll pay more for it. Not all consumers. We obviously have a lot in our stores that don't have the opportunity to make those choices because it's too expensive and they're so dependent on price and meeting their monthly budgets. But I think there's an opportunity for technology in food. I think in animal agriculture, it's a different conversation, and I don't have, you know, the answers in that regard. But
you know, I mean, food, energy, and housing are necessities of life. So people will always be much more personally attached to the cost of those things than they will be for luxuries or things that you don't have to survive. I do think that the subject of education is important. It's always kind of interested me that by and large Americans have gotten this enormous good deal on the price of food over the last 50 years. And you go talk, I remember when I was a politician, you go talk to people, you say, you don't know what a good deal you're getting. And that wasn't very good languaging to most Americans. But I think people have gotten used to that. And the marketplace works pretty well when it comes to food prices. And so they're not as elastic as they are in some other areas. But I do think we have to do a much better job of explaining what it is and how it is that we produce food and how it impacts consumers from a price perspective.
And let's head up to New York. John, I understand there's someone in your audience who actually has a question for one of the panel members on Max's panel at Fair Oaks.
That's right, Phil. We're going back to Fair Oaks. Need to really address a couple of questions here that Philip Corrigan has. So, Philip, if you would mind.
Thank you.
Philip Corrigan is my name. I'm New York-based agricultural veterinary consultant working mainly in the development or aid programs internationally. Just regarding the farmer representatives from Indiana, and they said the panel was represented by really large farm representatives, and 4,000 acres was cited as examples of family farms. But historically, the family farm was 200 acres or less, or 300 acres, very, very small. What is the future for viable farms, whether they're family farms or just economic farms? Is it that they get bigger or get out, or is there a future for the smaller based farm?
That's a great question. We'll direct it to our panel here. Is there a place for all of these farms? Can you carve a niche if you've got 100 acres, 200 acres, 300 acres? Malcolm?
You know, I actually am the son of a small farmer, and I kind of take my verification of where we have grown our farm from my father. When my father looks at what we have done and how now my next generation will be able to come into our business, he looks at that and he gives me admiration. And I take that so strongly because, you know, size, I want to say size doesn't matter, but, you know, it's one of those things that if you're doing a good job, it doesn't matter how big your farm is. The thing that we need to understand, though, is that farming is hard work. And if you need help, then you have to pay for that help. And the next thing that happens is you start to grow more crops, or you start to grow more pigs or more dairy cows, and it starts to feed itself. And so I really don't get comfortable at all with the distinction between large and small, because there is a natural evolution in our business.
Gary, let me come over to you as the CEO of Fair Oaks Farms here. Would you like to address that yourself?
Yeah, I think the terrific thing about American agriculture, and I'll speak to that because that's what we're a part of, is that I still believe there's a role for everybody. And there's niche markets out there that don't necessarily require growth to serve. That if you're doing a great job, as Malcolm described, you can make a very comfortable living, enjoy doing what you're doing. We have a great diversity of market in the United States to which to serve, and we have a great diversity of methods to serve that. Large farms, small farms, this, that, whatever. And so I think there's a role for everybody, and there will continue to be a role for everybody. We may go more or start going more 80-20-ish as we go through time, but I don't think that's a bad thing. Most of U.S. industry is like that, or U.S. businesses are like that. But that 20%, there is absolutely a role for them in my perspective.
Yeah, you bet. All right, Claire, back to you there. I understand you have more of the program you'll take away at this point.
Thanks, Max. Well, if Phil will indulge me, my journalistic hat is on, and I had a question for our panel. Just listening to all of you talk about the many different priorities, you know, from the environment to treating animals humanely, feeding the world. Suddenly, you know, Americans and people around the world want to eat in a healthier way, a more organic way. It seems to me that, in fact, we may not be able to do all of this. I mean, that at a certain point, we have to be realistic about how organic can our food be if we want to save the world? How, you know, humanely can we do something if we're trying to, I mean, and I guess I'll throw it to John and let anybody else jump in, but can we accomplish all of this, or do we really need to sit down and be a little bit more realistic?
The task is daunting, there's no doubt about it. A lot of different pressures, a lot of different demands. But I think that we do have a terrific capacity to be able to focus on the idea of continuous improvement in agriculture, always strive to do better, make sure we continue priorities on research and some of the things we've talked about in this panel, to give producers what they need to be able to make smart decisions as new challenges and new opportunities come up. I think we've seen that in the past, and I think that's going to be what we're going to continue to see into the future. And you know, I think that we do have a lot of issues that we're going to have to address, and we've shown that we do have a capacity to be able to mold, to adapt, and I expect that's going to continue to be a big part of what we see into the future in this industry.
Claire, years ago, some folks in this audience are probably old enough to remember the movie The Graduate. And in that movie, Dustin Hoffman is there, and a man comes up to him and asks him what he's going to do in his life, and Dustin says, I don't know, and he says one word, plastics. Some of you may remember that. Well, if I had to utter one word today about economic future, I would put agriculture in that world. You know, 20, 30, 40 years ago, people thought agriculture was probably a dying business, all sorts of consolidation taking place, fewer and fewer younger people going into this business. That is changing. It's changing for a lot of reasons. The economics are better, the diversity of the business is better, the consumer choices are much more varied than ever were before. So while I don't think we're going to reach nirvana on earth and solve every problem that you talked about, I do think that the opportunities in food and agriculture production in the United States and the world have never been better. This is a growth, exciting industry. This is almost like the software world of the 1950s and 60s, the way I look at it.
Dan, thanks so much. So the key word is agriculture. Please join me in thanking all of our panelists for being here today. Great questions, great comments, and Claire, back to you.
All right, Phil. Thanks for a terrific dialogue. I really have never, in all my years as a journalist, seen this sort of mixed up question format and the depth and the real answers that we're getting. It's terrific. Just ahead here at the Food Dialogues, we're going to have a special one-on-one interview with the U.S. Secretary of Agriculture, Tom Vilsack. But now, let's take another inside look at a real-life story from farmers and ranchers.
Cattle are very social animals, and it's really a science to really be able to make sure that that social order is not disturbed. My name is Rick Stott. I'm an Executive Vice President for AgriBeef. The feed that we put in front of the animals is a very nutritious and scientifically designed feed.
It's pretty amazing with the amount of effort that it takes to just put it together. I mean, we use nutritionists, PhD nutritionists that come in and help monitor the quality of the feed.
And it's got the right amount of protein, energy levels, and all the essential grasses and forages and grains that we would normally want them to have to be healthy and to use the resources to the best of their ability.
It's really a scientific and an important part of this operation to be able to feed these cattle appropriately. Well, there's three main operations that go on in any feedlot. The first is really related to cattle health and management. We have cowboys that ride on horses and go through the pen and look at each individual animal to assess their health. The second thing is really the feeding process. We feed these cattle 2 to 3 times a day. We keep track of how much feed is put in front of them and how much they've eaten. The third thing that goes on is part of the actual receiving of the feed itself. We buy commodities from local ranchers, no more than 50 miles radius from this feedlot. And so that really provides the farmers with a very functional and profitable alternative to sell their crops. One of the great things about this industry is that what we do here is almost 100% recyclable. Whether it's at the ranches or at the feedlots where we take the manure and compost it and bring it to the farmers, then they bring their corn into our feed. Every pen is unique. Every pen is diagnosed and determined how much feed based upon the type of cattle that they're in, the frame that they have, the capacity that they have to be able to consume the right amount of grains and feed. All of that is determined by our feedlot people and people that have been around cattle all their lives.
We can look at this other pen over here. So if we go over here and we look at this other pen,
there you go.
This was an issue where we had some cattle that didn't have the best health in the world when they came into the feedlot. And so it showed how your cowboys, your crew, really straightened those cattle out, got them healthy again, and we can see that.
You know, the cattle industry and environmental practices have gone beyond. I mean, it started from the very beginning. It just only makes sense that you better take care of the land, because next year you're going to bring those cattle back on that same land. And if you haven't treated it properly, that grass isn't going to be there. And we have to use these resources more efficiently every single day. We've initiated a composting program. We're taking manure from the cattle, and we're basically selling it back to the farmers, local farmers who produce corn. So it's 100% recyclable. That's the really neat thing about this thing, is that we provide a natural nutrient to these farmers and provide them with a way to nourish their land, their crops, that the very crops that we feed back into the cattle that produces more manure and more compost and goes back into the land. And it's a complete, fully cycle type of environmental opportunity for us. I can tell you that nothing leaves this operation without it being controlled. There's no water that escapes, there's no water that leaves. It's a zero discharge facility. Underneath the pens themselves is a impenetrable layer of clay. What that means is that nothing seeps below that, nothing. Where you dig 6 inches below a wet surface in a pen, and it's completely and absolutely dry. The cattle industry has evolved dramatically in the last 40 years. I think like any other business in the world, technology has played a big role in that. The amount of information that we gather is really unbelievable. Every day's feed, every treatment that they have, every review that they go through, every animal that needs to be treated is identified uniquely and individually, and we know exactly what's been treated and how much and when. What we do as an industry is really exciting, because what we do is provide great beef to the consumers around the world. As the population of the world grows, our responsibility is to really find new ways to do our job better, and we do that on a daily basis. I was at a food bank line a few months ago, right before Thanksgiving, and handing out our product, and of course there was potatoes and great breads and vegetables and all kinds of great things for them to eat. And then they got to the end of the line and we handed them a roast. That was something. That was a privilege to be able to do that. When you have people who look at you and say, now I know what I'm going to have for my Thanksgiving dinner. It's that's what this is about. It's about feeding people.
Oh, it's hard not to feel the emotion coming through in that story. Now it is my pleasure to introduce the U.S. Secretary of Agriculture, Tom Vilsack. Secretary Vilsack, welcome to the Food Dialogues. Thank you.
Thank you.
Pleasure to have you. Thank you for your time.
Great to be here.
It's been an incredible discussion so far. And one of the most interesting things is this study that they've done, really a poll from talking to farmers and ranchers and consumers. And it became very quickly clear that both sides feel misunderstood. And consumers certainly don't feel like they have enough information. So I guess I'd want to ask you first, what do you think the agriculture business, and I know that's a broad term because it varies widely, but can do to better answer the concerns that consumers have about nutrition and safety?
I think first and foremost, they've got to recognize that there's a need to deal with the perception that's out there by consumers. There's an education effort that must be undertaken, and it's got to be undertaken not in the context of discussing it in terms of 1950s or 1960s dialogue, which is that American farmers and ranchers are doing an extraordinary thing by helping to feed this country. I think there now has to be a concerted effort to educate folks about not only are we feeding this country, but we're doing it in an affordable way and in a nutritious way, and to really respond to the concerns that people have expressed. You know, we have a program in which we're trying to connect people to their farmer. We want folks to know who their farmer is. We want them to know about their farmer, in a sense, that these are really hardworking people. They care deeply about the land and about the water and about natural resources. They take extraordinary steps on their operations to protect the land and water. Sometimes that's forgotten or not fully understood. And that they are very anxious to make sure that what is provided is high quality and nutritious and safe.
You know, it's interesting. Well, 93% of farmers and ranchers think consumers do not understand them and what they do. And I was going to ask you, you know, what do you think they most don't understand? But you just gave a couple of great examples.
I think there are two things that we don't fully appreciate. First of all, this notion of food security. We couch it in terms of our farmers being able to produce enough food to feed us. I don't think we put it in the context of security. There are very few countries in the world today whose farmers are capable of producing enough to feed the people. So that means that those countries are dependent on some other country to provide them food. We are not necessarily dependent on anyone for food. That is a very important consideration that is almost always underappreciated. And secondly, while folks don't want to necessarily hear how affordable our food is because food prices go up and down, the reality is that Americans have far more flexibility in their paycheck because we spend less of a percentage of our paycheck for food than most anybody else in the world. Those two issues, food security and the capacity to spend a little more money on a car or a vacation or a college education for your children, is in part a response and a reaction to what farmers and ranchers do every single day.
Well, and I thought it was interesting today because the point came out that farmers and ranchers really do feel, and I don't think Americans understand this, a moral obligation, not just to feed Americans, but often to help feed the world. I don't think people understand that.
Well, not only do they not understand that, but they also don't understand the economic consequence of that. In the 1930s and 40s, we were just barely making it in terms of agriculture. Extraordinary productivity, embracing technology, figuring out ways to be more efficient, now allows us to meet our own needs here at home and to export in a way where we actually have a trade surplus. A lot of folks are concerned about the deficit, the fact that we spend more money in other countries than we get from other countries. Not so in agriculture. This year we'll have a record surplus, $42 billion more in sales than in purchases. And that means not just better incomes for farmers and ranchers, but as importantly, it means for every $1 billion, 8,400 jobs. At a time when we are deeply concerned about the number of jobs in this country, farmers and ranchers are creating an opportunity for greater employment in America. That's also something that's not fully appreciated.
Well, you mentioned the economy, the deficit. That's what everybody is thinking about these days. I mean, and you also talked about the jobs that agriculture has created. Beyond jobs, where do you think agriculture is most helping the economy? People might not recognize. And where do you think it could do better?
Well, 1 out of every 12 jobs in America is connected to what happens on farms and ranches. A lot of people don't think about the fact that when farmers and ranchers are doing well, as they are today, it makes it a little bit easier for them to buy a farm implement, which means that that implement has to be manufactured somewhere. So there's a factory line worker whose job is somewhat dependent on the agricultural economy. Secondly, I mentioned earlier that we have greater flexibility with our paychecks. While we're very concerned about the folks who are not working, the reality is those who are able to have a bit more flexibility. They are able to spend more in a consumer-oriented economy because they spend less on food. So that means they can buy a nicer car, they can buy a nicer home, they can buy a nicer appliance, they can take a vacation. All of that helps to create economic activity. And in reality, the American farmer in my view, has basically created the pathway to prosperity for this country. I mean, the reality is we're going to be a government that spends less but invests wisely. Farmers understood that. They went through a very difficult time in the 80s with debt. They've reduced their debt significantly. Farm assets are not encumbered very much, about roughly 10.8% debt to asset ratio, which means that 90% of our assets are not encumbered. That means that they are able to use more of their resources to advance technology and greater productivity, which has allowed them to export or create surpluses that are exported. If we became a nation following the agricultural model that spent less but invested wisely, we became an economy that makes, creates, and innovates as farmers have done, and then we basically create things that the rest of the world wants, which farmers have done, we will be able to export more, and as we export more, we create wealth. And that's what we're essentially seeing in many rural communities across the country. We just need to amplify that, multiply it, and expand it.
So should consumers feel maybe not as bad if they're paying a little bit more for food? I mean, prices are high, and it's hard for, and the fact is that helps farmers, which helps the farms, which helps the economy, but consumers still rebel against that. But as you mentioned, prices, generally speaking, aren't that high in this country.
Well, there are ways, obviously, to stretch your food dollar. Today, Americans are spending more and more of their food dollar outside the home. And so there is one way, obviously, that we need to be careful about how we spend our resources. But I think, if you're a conscious shopper, There are ways in which you can stretch that dollar, and a lot of struggling families are doing that right now. And we want to obviously assist them and help them in doing that. So while I'm sure there always will be angst about any increase in expense, if you put it in perspective, if you were in any other country, you would be spending far more for food, which means that you would be spending far less for something else. And I think as consumers, as American families take a look at where they spend their money, they'd have to ask the question, well, if we were spending 20% instead of 7% of our salary on food, where would that other 13% come from? How would it affect our standard of living? I think at that point they will probably tip their hat to farmers and ranchers.
You know, a lot of people grumble still about the idea of farm subsidies, a safety net, but one thing people might not know, I know I didn't until I started doing a lot of research for this panel, is that farm subsidies are fading. I mean, really, farmers are doing so well now, they haven't had to kick in as much, there have been enormous budget cuts. You know, do you think farm subsidies will eventually wither away? And do you think there's a new model we should be looking at, which is more to do with a federally backed insurance program of some sort that makes more sense?
Well, I think first of all, I think we have to make a commitment to farmers and ranchers to have a safety net. And the reason we have to have a safety net, there are fires, drought, tornadoes, hurricanes, and floods. All of those have occurred in the United States this year. All of them have impacted in a very serious way farmers and ranchers, and in some cases have wiped out their entire crop. People have to understand that it's not as inexpensive as it once was to put a crop in the ground, which means that if you have a tough year, it's not like the old days where you could probably get through a tough year and still survive. Because it's so expensive to put a crop in the ground, if you have a tough year, if you do not have a safety net, it may be the last year that you farm. And that's important to know because we've seen a shrinking amount of our people, of our population in rural areas. I'm concerned about that. We're at our lowest percentage in rural America in our history. And I think there's a strong value system that is connected to those who live and work and raise their families in rural America. So I think we obviously are looking for ways in which we can provide a safety net against those natural disasters. Secondly, farmers don't have as much control over the market. It's not like they can dictate the price themselves individually for what they get. And so it's important, I think, for us to recognize the safety net needs to be in place. Now, what does that safety net look like? I do think it will obviously involve some kind of crop insurance program, a strongly supported, broad-based crop insurance program. Our programs work pretty well for many commodities, but not for all commodities. Secondly, even though you have crop insurance, and even though you might be able to afford the maximum amount of insurance, there's still a gap between what crop insurance can protect and what you may have at risk. And so I think it's important to have a disaster program that sort of overlays and supports the crop insurance program. And that's the concern I have because we're rapidly approaching October 1st of this year. And when we do, the disaster programs that are in play today will go out of existence. They expire. They expire because Congress, when they established the 2008 Farm Bill, did not adequately and fully fund those programs through the length of the Farm Bill. So that means not only do we have to figure out ways to continue or renew those programs, but we also have to identify the resource that's going to be used to pay for them. And in a constrained resource environment, that means tough calls and tough choices.
That does not sound like a great discussion to be having right now on a Capitol Hill. I don't envy you.
It's a tough discussion, but you know, we at USDA are looking at ways in which we can do a better job, better stewardship of scarce resources. How do we leverage those resources? How do we create new ways to get benefits to farmers? Take conservation, for example. You know, I know that farmers and ranchers like our conservation programs. I know that they recognize that there probably will be fewer dollars in those conservation programs because that's one place where Congress will probably look. But we can still get that job done by leveraging private resources, and we can work with regulatory agencies to maybe encourage some kind of regulatory certainty in exchange for investments that farmers and ranchers make with those conservation dollars. So in exchange for their investment, they get an assurance that there's not going to be a regulatory action on their farm for a period of time. I think if we could create that kind of opportunity, we would still see a lot of investment in conservation, still see the environmental impacts and the job growth that comes from conservation.
Job of a government official these days has to be a lot more flexible and deft.
Well, this is a challenging time. Yeah. You know, there are two ways you can look at this budget reduction. You can sort of mope around and start complaining about the fact that there's going to be less resources, or you can see this as a challenge to reshape an agency or department, to modernize it, to bring it into the 21st century. And I think there's no question that that at least at USDA we have a grand opportunity to do that, and we're going to try to seize that opportunity.
You know, one of the things that I've seen some critics say about your department and the president's attitude toward agriculture is that you're trying to embrace everything, big agriculture, organic farms, you know, and everything in between, and that, you know, you need to pick sides. Why aren't you just coming down on one side or the other? But you've argued diversity makes sense in this business.
Diversity makes sense for the following reason. I was a mayor of a small town, or at least I thought it was a small town. It was a town of 8,000 folks. When I became mayor, I asked the question why people were living in communities of smaller size. I actually went to the towns of Salem, Iowa, and Hillsborough, who have far less than Mount Pleasant did. I asked the residents, why are you living in those towns? They said, well, we don't really want to live in a big city like Mount Pleasant. We don't want to live in a town of 8,000. We would prefer to live in a town of 1,000 people. Everyone has a different preference. Everyone has a different choice. Everyone is comfortable with a different size and a different type of operation. We ought not to be discouraging those opportunities, because each one of those folks helps to continue to populate and support not only the rural economy, but all of the services and important aspects of quality of life. If you have more families living in rural America, then you have more families supporting rural schools. And those schools do a better job, hopefully over time, of making sure that those youngsters are well educated because they have more support. You're supporting the local hospital so it stays in business. So to me, it isn't about picking winners and losers. It's about essentially saying, how can USDA provide opportunities to support every level of agriculture, because it is supporting overall growth and prosperity in rural communities. If you understand the division of farming in this country, you know that 200,000 farmers produce 85% of what we consume. That's less than 1/10 of 1%. There are another 1.8, 1.9 million folks who farm, who produce something but sell a lot less than the large operations. They still provide a valuable contribution to rural life. So we ought to be looking for ways to maximize their income opportunities and to leverage their entrepreneurship as well. So I don't really see it as having to choose. I see it as trying to figure out how do we help all aspects of agriculture, because in the end they all help us.
How critical is the role of government regulation in this industry? I mean, you hear a lot of complaints from agriculture about how constraining it can be. You know, more or less, as you talk about reshaping, you know, the Department of Agriculture, is that something that you think should change?
Well, I think there are a couple of things. I think, first of all, we have to do a better job of educating people about what regulations are in fact in place and are being proposed, because oftentimes what I find is there is a lack of understanding or a lack of appreciation for precisely what is being proposed. Secondly, I think folks who are putting their assets at risk really do deserve to have some greater degree of certainty that if they take certain steps, they're not going to be told after the fact that those steps were inadequate or insufficient, that there wasn't enough done, and now they have to invest more, they have to invest it in a different way. So I really think we, in terms of regulations, need to provide greater certainty, and I think we need to do a better job of making sure that folks are sitting down at the table and fully understanding what is being proposed and why it's being proposed. And then I think it's incumbent upon us to listen very carefully to concerns that are being expressed by folks in the field in terms of how a proposed regulation might impact their business, and if necessary and appropriate, make adjustments to that regulation to reflect an understanding of the difficulties. Oftentimes that's not done. Oftentimes we see things as an adversarial circumstance. You know, I don't know. I guess this is just my attitude. I think we have had far too much adversarial confrontation in this country at every level. And I think it's about time that we realize that this country needs us to come together, needs us to find consensus, no matter how difficult that might be, that our kids and the future of our children depend on us getting our act together. We don't, and frankly can't afford the luxury of confrontation. We have got to find consensus.
And well, finally, I wanted to ask you, you know, one thing there was some consensus about on this last panel was the need for a budget for research. That's, you know, the research about the future of agriculture, that, you know, having some independent research was critical, and a lot of concern about how that can happen in budget cutting times. How important do you think that is, and how much time do you spend, you know, looking at the big view, the future?
Well, I've actually talked to the President and written the President about this issue, and I think those who are concerned about it have a reason to be concerned. There have been aspects of our research commitment that have increased significantly over the last several years in the health arena. but not as much so in the agricultural productivity arena. Here's what we risk. The research is fairly clear that when you begin to flatline your commitment to agricultural research, you will also flatline the productivity of agriculture. In the last half of the 20th century, agricultural productivity was 4 times that of the general economy. In other words, our farmers and ranchers were operating in terms of productivity 4 times more so than the rest of the economy. A tremendous story that allows us now to have a wide variety of opportunities in rural America from agricultural production, including exports, including job creation tied to exports. That will not be able to continue, nor will we be able to meet the moral demand of trying to feed 9, 7, 8, 9 billion people in this world unless we continue to find ways to be more productive with the land we have. There's not going to be more and more land available for agricultural production. If anything, we have to be careful to protect what we have from development. So that means we really have to be careful and we have to be thoughtful about how we can use and create more with less. That is absolutely tied to research. And my hope is that people understand that in these tight budget times, the one place that we ought not to reduce is in this research area in a significant way, because you will, in essence, be crippling your capacity to grow in the future. And I think what we want to do is we want to get people to work today, but we also want to build a solid foundation for sustained growth in the future in an agriculture that requires additional research.
All right, Mr. Secretary, thank you for being with us.
Thank you.
Very interesting. Appreciate it.
You bet. Thank you.
The food dialogues will continue. We're going to take a 10-minute break, but again, don't go away. We have a lot more to talk about. Thank you.
On a day-by-day basis, we work very hard to care for our animals. Well cared for animals make for very healthy and robust growing animals, and those animals are bringing safe food to our nation and to everybody else. My name is Malcolm DeKreiger, and today we are at Campbellot Swine Breeders here in Northwest Indiana. I grew up the son of a doctor and a teacher, and so I did not grow up on a farm. Grandparents were into farming, and uncles and other family members were into farming. And when I was a teenager, I kind of started working for my uncles and fell in love with a pig. I found it to be just a very fascinating and interesting sort of an animal to work with. When I graduated from undergraduate, I decided to go to Purdue University and get my master's degree in animal sciences. And more specifically, it was in monogastric nutrition and swine management. 40, 50, 60 years ago, all these pigs were outdoors, and it got cold and the weather was inclement and they suffered. And so we said, well, let's put them under a roof. Well, then the wind blew through there, so let's put walls around there. And that's when we had to take control of the environment inside these barns. Our animals are indoors to keep them out of inclement weather. The 3 things that you just got to do right to take care of an animal is you have to give them fresh food, you have to give them fresh water, and you have to give them fresh air at the right temperature. If you take care of those 3 basic things, the animal will be very comfortable and it will flourish. The breeding barn is a location where weaned animals, weaned sows are brought, and about 4 to 5 days after they are weaned, they will naturally start to express estrus, or they'll come into heat. It's quieted down now a little bit, but it often gets very noisy in here when the guys and the girls are talking to each other. This is a tunnel ventilated barn with evaporative cooling on it. This is a typical day in our breeding and gestation barns. You know, one of the common questions that we hear is, well, what about all those antibiotics and what about all those hormones? For a variety of reasons, we have extremely healthy animals here, and we work very hard to keep them that healthy. It allows us to not have to give much medicine ever. It allows us to minimize the amount of vaccinations that we have to give. It allows the animal to grow extremely well and robustly. If an animal is sick, it needs to have something to make it better. It likely won't just get over it like we would get over a cold. They need to have some help, and it is our responsibility as stewards to do that. The only time that we give any kind of a hormone is in the birthing process. Just like in a hospital, where a woman would go to the hospital and get a shot of Pitocin or oxytocin, we will give a little shot of that to the sows when they're having babies, because it helps let down milk and increase the contractions of the uterus. There are no hormones on the market to feed to pigs. There are no hormones that we give them a shot of as a growing and finishing pig.
My name's Nathan, and I'm using an ultrasound machine to confirm pregnancy. The dark circles is fluid surrounding the fetus. This sow is about 35 days pregnant.
In this barn, there's probably about 3,000 sows. Some of them are in traditional sow stalls like this one. Others are in European free access stalls. We try to be early adapters of some of these new technologies, and we like the care that these sow stalls give to our animals. These animals are well protected if they want to be. This allows her to back out. She can walk around, and then if she wants to get back in, or if she wants to get back into feed or to get some water, she can walk right back in. She pushes the front gate closed, and the gate latches behind her. And so 90% of the time, maybe 99% of the time, they stay in their stalls. They don't get out hardly at all. But it does allow them the choice if they want to get out. And it does allow them the protection, because when it's latched, unless she pushes it from the inside, another sow can't open it up and get at her backside. There is a purpose for everything that our pigs experience, whether it's their feeding, their breeding, their farrowing. There is a timing to everything, and what that does is that allows our employees to consistently know what should be happening next for the care of the animals. It allows for the consistent environment of the animals that they live in. The thing that has changed over the years is that through government regulation and through greater technologies, we have been monitoring and keeping closer records and data of all of the nutrients that we place out into the fields, and then also the crops that we receive back off from those fields. From a sustainability definition, is just one big circle of life. It just keeps going round and around, and it's been a pretty natural thing for us to be doing for many, many years. This corn crop has been fertilized by some of the solids that are generated by the waste of the pigs on our farm. Corn that is raised is then turned around and brought to the feed mill. We will grind it up and put it right back in the feed that goes into the pigs. There are many different sized farms. We all are taking care of animals, or we're all taking care of crops, and different groups of people, whether they are on a small farm or on a large farm, are faced with the same challenges. The consumer wants to know that they can get safe, consistent food, and definitely affordable. So whatever we as a total group can do to give them that confidence, we have to work together on that.
And welcome back to the Food Dialogues. It has been an extraordinarily rich discussion so far. We're glad you're still with us. And we want to move on to our next panel now, and Jane Wells, who's out in California at UC Davis. Jane?
Hi, Claire. Thank you. Thanks, everyone. I have to admit that I am a skeptic by nature, and we talked a lot about sustainability today, and when I take a leap of faith when I go to the grocery store, what is sustainable, what is organic, what is natural, can this be done economically, what is all the hype, what is the future here? So we're hoping on this panel to cut through some of that cow manure that's been injected back into the ground and get to the facts of the situation. I have a great panel with me, and to my left here is Dr. Neil Van Alphen, who is the Dean of the UC Davis School of Agriculture and Environmental Sciences. Thanks for joining us. And,
Thank you.
You know, we talk about research. What's the one thing you want to bring to the table here today?
Well, let me just say, to begin with, welcome to UC Davis, and to what is considered by many to be the leading university in the world in addressing the research issues that we've been talking about. And clearly, if you look at what we're facing, go back 60 years, and what we have done is in these past 60 years, we have increased the productivity of U.S. agriculture by 2.5 times. And in the next 50 years, we're told we have to double that again. Now, the problem is that the increase in productivity is declining, not increasing. And we are having to increase that productivity with incredible challenges. I think Jason in Washington, D.C. listed a number of these. We have to protect our environment while we do it. We have to assure the safety of the food supply while we're doing it. And we have to do it with less land and less water than we ever have before. That is an incredible research challenge for the future.
Michael Dimmock, president of Roots of Change. We've already met you, but this is straight to your heart. What I'm expecting you to keep it real from your perspective. What do you want to talk about?
Keep it real. Well, first I just want to say that Roots of Change is focused on bringing a diversity of people in the country to focus on the idea of creating a sustainable, or what we would say, a healthy food and agriculture in the United States. And what that means really is that the issues, the concerns around the environment, around farm labor, around obesity, health, and around rural economies get addressed. People that I work with would say that the food system, some would say the food system is broken because we have poverty increasing in rural regions, we have water continuing to degrade, loss of soil, more obesity and ill health due to food. So we would say that there is a large need to reform the system, improve the system, and we would also say that we want farmers and ranchers to be very successful in this country. We support them, and we want to work with them. We want to build an alliance with them to solve major challenges, including increasing the research budget for this nation.
Rick Stott, we met you earlier on tape talking about sustainability at AgriBeef and a cattle rancher yourself. A lot of pressure on you. You're hearing a lot of people telling you what you need to do. What are you going to say here today?
Well, I think the fundamental thing is that we have the safest food supply in the entire world. And more importantly, we're improving the production on a daily basis. We're excited with what we're doing. We're excited to see the new technology that we can deploy. We've got tremendous opportunities in the future to provide food for people around the world in a more economical and sustainable way.
Stuart Wolf, you grow all kinds of things. Almonds, pistachios, tomatoes, spinach, even Brussels sprouts, whatever. I'm glad somebody's eating them. You're very different from the other farmers and ranchers we have here today. And what is the thing you need to bring to the table here?
Well, I think a couple things. One, so we do handle, I'm a California grower, and so we handle mostly specialty crops here. And as I look around the world and the success we've had in California and our ability to use the research and what have you to really dramatically move the dial on yields and what have you, I'm very excited about the opportunity to take these skills elsewhere throughout the world and try to actually move the bar there as well as here. So I think it's a great time to be farming. I think there's a lot of upside, a lot of challenges, but it's a great industry, and hope my kids want to get involved.
Eric Benson, I think you're our only poultry guy here today.
Kind of looks like it here
and
today.
A lot of new restrictions, a lot of the spotlight is on that industry right now and producing eggs. What do you hope to talk about today?
Well, I think it's really important. These dialogues are going to be a great way to converse with our customers and with other farmers and the consumer in general. I believe that we need to be as transparent as possible in animal agriculture and in agriculture as general, as how we are doing what we are doing. People need to understand what modern agriculture is all about, and I think we all need to make sure that we're taking those steps to be transparent and making sure the consumer has a real choice. and understands the consequences of his choice when he goes into the market.
Well, I think the consumer wants the truth, and this is my first question. I'm going to start with the producers. It's very confusing. There's no FDA definition for natural. I go in the store, anything can be natural. What is sustainable? What is organic? Can we trust the labels? How much better do you need to talk to consumers about it? Eric, let me start with you. What do you do that would be called sustainable, organic, and natural?
Well, when I think of sustainability, I think about how our farms have used the entire production cycle to encourage and sustain lower carbon footprint and a lower impact on our local community than we have in the past. You know, our manure processing facilities, for instance, today, being processed into high-value organic fertilizers. You know, it's something that we used to spread raw on the crops, and now it's going into much further processing and getting value out of that. Sustainability, we're once again with the manure, we're combining a lot of the ammonia and the other ingredients, fixing it into the manure so it can be used on crops later on. Sustainability for me is also the sustainability of our family business. We've been around for 102 years. Sustainability to me makes me think about whether or not J.S. Weston Company is going to be around for another 102 years. So I not only think about sustainability of the environment, but I also think about sustainability of our business and businesses like ours across the country.
Stuart, what do you say? I mean, what should sustainability mean to a consumer?
Well, to a consumer, I think it means a lot of different things. There's a lot of definitions. I think probably I can tell you what it means to me, which is essentially it's exactly what my father, he wanted to start an operation, build it, and pass it along in bigger and better shape, condition, and he received it. It's the same thing that my generation wants to do with my kids. And we hope to pass this business on over and over and over again. And so what it means is we are producing more with fewer resources. We're figuring out how to make fewer passes in the fields and drive productivity. In our case, all of my salaried employees participate in a pool where the bonus pool gets increased with yield increases and resource savings. And every year, we're paying out full bonuses. It's a beautiful equation, and it just continues to
Well, that's more business sustainability. Is that good for the soil? Is that good for the earth?
Well, you know, you can't continue down that path if you're depleting your soils. The land is our most precious resource, and that's what we got to pass in bigger and better shape. And my employees get that big time.
Rick, what about you? You talked about it in the tape piece a little bit.
We do. We've focused, sustainability means several things. One is to our communities, one is to our employees, and one is to the environment. And we have responsibilities in all three of those areas. Sustainability means we're going to be around, we're a second generation company, family owned, privately held company. And it's been really tremendous to see the resources, efficiencies from our environment. Since we bought our packing plant, we have a small packing plant in Washington. Since we bought that packing plant, we've reduced the water consumption by over 50%. We've increased the production in that plant by about 80%. And so as a result of that, we're using our resources better. We've done great trials, and we've done some great things with manure and compost, remediating Superfund sites, looking at the recyclable nature of compost and bringing it to the field to farmers who produce corn from us. So it's a holistic kind of approach to our entire business.
Michael, it sounds like we're talking about two different types of sustainability. What is hype? What's reality? What more should be done from your perspective?
Well, first of all, I agree that if farmers can't maintain their economic base, they're not sustainable. So I totally agree with that. I think that the big underpinning of this dialogue is around, you know, what is the emphasis or who is benefiting? And I like to hear from the producers that we just heard that they're thinking holistically, that they're thinking about soil. Last night, Eric and I had a good conversation about his chickens and the fact that they've changed the way that their coops and systems work, so chickens get out, scratch in the dirt, live more a natural existence, which is that is an existence that the birds have adapted to, evolved to have. Those are all positive things, and I think agriculture is moving in that direction. But I think that the fact is that we still have real problems with water pollution and pesticide buildup. We have real problems with soil depletion. We have problems. And so the rubber hits the road when we begin to see that through sustainable farming systems, that is, systems that are built on creating resilience in the economic and in the biological sphere, we actually get economic benefits. And I think the wine industry, the almond industry, other industries in the state, the cattlemen are working on developing this linkage and are merging and understanding this linkage between good business practice and a healthy environment. And I would argue, and I think there are growers that would argue, that if you're a better environmental steward, a better social steward, you can actually be more profitable. There's evidence for that, and that's where we all need to move.
Do you agree with him when he says there's still real problems with water pollution and soil erosion?
Of course there's still problems, and I think we all, as good farmers, try to be long-term stewards of our animals and our environment. That's so important to us because, you know, as we've been saying for years and years and years, chicken doesn't produce unless it's, you know, in a happy place, right?
Really?
But in addition, in addition to that kind of thing, you know, every time you put an input in, every time you add something to the process, you know, it costs you money. You want to have a lower and lower footprint. I think it was said earlier today, very effectively, that, you know, the more outside inputs you have, the more expensive your whole process is. So that I think the two go hand in hand. Economic sustainability and environmental sustainability do go hand in hand.
Neil, going forward, but the research going on here at Davis and elsewhere, what are the new sustainability trends? I mean, please be specific.
Well, you know, I would like to, let me start by just telling you, as a child, I made an attempt to create a terrarium. I don't know if anybody else has done this.
Yeah, I get the little kit.
You know, you get the kit, and you put it all, and it's intended to be perpetuating. It's a self-perpetuating system. Well, if you think about it, that's really our challenge here on this planet. We are in that terrarium, and we've got to figure out how to make it work. And that's the problem. We can't stop everything until we figure out how to make it work. We've got to keep going. We have to produce the food we have, but ultimately, that's the level of sustainability we have to meet. Now, the specifics, it's the water. I mean, we really, the two challenges that we face right now is water quality and the global climate change. And all of that are disrupting our system in a very significant way right now.
So what is the new trend? What is the big thing that farmers and ranchers are doing to address and accommodate? I know I was in Napa Valley where they're, in some places they're changing the way that the grapevines, the canopy, because maybe it's too hot so they want to leave more leaves on, that sort of thing. What are you seeing generally?
Oh, in California, water is the issue. So we are doing everything that we can to change practices, to conserve water, and also to improve the quality of the water as it leaves the farm. And so those are the real issues.
You know, we have some data here that we got in these research, the surveys that we did, and I found this one particularly interesting. 99% of farmers say protecting the environment is an important goal. Well, who's the 1%? But anyhow, 99% said it's important, yet 41% of consumers say there is conflicting information on the effects of farming and ranching on natural resources. And the top two issues consumers want more information about are how chemicals are used and how pesticides are used. Are you, as producers, doing enough to market your product as chemical or pesticide free or reduced? How do you get that message out to consumers? Buy my beef because?
You know, one of the things that we do is that we have different segments of our business that we produce. We have an all-natural product called Snake River Farms. It's American Wagyu Kobe beef, Caribou pork, very high-end, very expensive, very great quality, but it's all natural. We also
what does that mean?
Well, that's I'm getting to that. So we have also Double R Ranch. It's high choice, very great quality. St. Helens, Rancho El Oro. Each of these address a specific segment. From the natural standpoint, back to one of your original questions, how do you define that? Well, it's really about transparency. We have lots and lots of tours that come through our facilities. We have our chefs, we have our retail customers come through, and we talk to them about what we're doing to, why it is that it's all natural per se, and what's the differentiation. I can tell you though, what's interesting is that that's not really fundamentally what they're paying the premium for. It's a nice story, it's a nice part of it, but they're really paying for quality. They're paying for a particular lifestyle and a particular choice, and they want flexibility. And so we as an agricultural group have to provide that flexibility, that choice for consumers that want a special product, a unique product, and provide them with the transparency and telling them exactly what it is and why it's unique and why it's differentiated.
Well, let me get very specific. For that all natural, does that mean they just eat grass that's on the ground? They have no antibiotic. I mean, what does that mean? What is natural?
Well, in our term, in our definition, what it means is that they grow up on a farm or a ranch, and then they come into our feedlots, and we feed them special rations that we've designed over a very long, extended period of time.
Like organic? I mean, I really don't know. I hate to get so specific, but when you say it's natural, what is that?
Well, it's the feed itself is what we get off the fields from the local farmers and things, so it's nothing all that special per se, but it's just a longer process, a more expensive process. So the cost of that particular production system is about 30 to 40% higher than anything else in the commercial market.
And this is the key, because none of this costs less. To be sustainable, although some will say in the long run it is less expensive, it seems to me that it could be more expensive and put you at a competitive disadvantage in some ways with others, either in the U.S. or outside. Eric, you in particular, I mean, there are some new rules in California coming into play about chickens having more space.
Yeah, 2008, California voters passed Proposition 2 by basically 65-35, insisting upon more space for the hens, that were grown in our laying in
I mean, who doesn't want that? We all want hens to be happy, but it's going to. How much more does it cost, and what competitive is it?
Well,
can you sell that product?
Our family may end up spending as much as $30 million upgrading our 1.5 million, 1.7 hens. Over the next 4 years. About $30 million. That's a lot of money for our family. I mean, it may not be for some families, but it's a huge number for us. And we just want to make sure that if we're going to spend that kind of money, that somebody else has to follow by the same rules that we do, and that we don't have somebody else not spend any money at all and get the same benefits in the marketplace. So transparency is extremely important. Labeling is extremely important. If you're going to have a production cost and a production process that costs more, you need to be able to get a premium for that, and that's what we're hoping for.
Michael, what do you say about this? I mean, I know when I go to Whole Foods, I know I'm paying a premium. I do that willingly. Costco, you don't pay such a premium. They've got some pretty good stuff too.
Right. Well, I think it was interesting when you asked about what natural meant. I think the underlying issue, the reason that there's concern on the part of consumers, is that when we talk in America about the food system today, we use industrial terminology. And I think that there's a discomfort with the idea, because in the end, I think all of us sense that actually food production is a biological process. Farms, food, it's all a biological process, yet we use industrial terminology. And so people begin to wonder about that. What does that mean for my health? Because chemical, I mean, in an industrial system, what you're trying to do is eliminate diversity on a production line, for instance. In the natural world, diversity is sought. Nature likes diversity. That's what makes it healthy and resilient. So we have this dichotomy in the food system about trying to create efficiency through an industrial process and yet create health. That's the health in the environment, health in humans, health in the animals. So this is a fundamental problem underlying the whole issue. And so when you ask someone, what do you mean by natural, it's hard to answer, because the terminology has to do with what I'm feeding or how I'm raising that food. And it's not put in a framework around health and resilience. And I think consumers want to hear that, and that's why they doubt. And that's why when I asked the question today about antibiotics and subtherapeutic use, I didn't hear, yeah, we have some concern about that. We're trying to work on that. We need the American people to help us with that subtherapeutic antibiotic problem that Harvard University and others are asking us to deal with. I didn't hear that. What I heard is, I need to use them, so I'm using them. And that's what makes people nervous.
Stuart, I want to talk about international as well, because one reason food prices are going up is there's such wonderful demand around the world for U.S. farm products, which of course makes up for a little soft demand here, because people, even if they're going to Walmart, they can't afford to buy as much food as they used to. With sustainability, does that add a premium to your product that somebody growing tomatoes in China can undercut?
Now, you know what's funny? So our customer basically are usually larger food manufacturers that are buying bulk tomato paste from us. I think it's a great example. And so we have a number of customers that will ask us to comply with all kinds of environmental reporting and what have you, which all these standards are a little bit different by company. So Unilever, maybe he's different than Heinz, which may be different than Campbell's and what have you. And while they all tout that, the real challenge is if you're not at a competitive price point, forget about it. I mean, it's just a basic, you've really got to be able to manage your costs well, manage your fields and what have you. And so at this level, we're not really seeing the benefit at the farm level. Now, I'm a processor as well, so we process these crops and we sell them all over the world. We are not enjoying back on the farm the premium as of yet.
Is that a marketing issue, or is that a global economic recession issue?
Well, I guess let me also back up and say, I'm not trying to be the most, say, efficient organic producer or produce these labels of natural foods and everything. I'm trying to be the best commercial farmer possible. And I want my team and my guys to be very, very good at a handful of things, which they are. So we're purposely not going for some of those markets that may be better suited for somebody that has 200 or 300 acres and is living next to the city that will get a premium. But we're looking to try to feed more people at a lower price point, not less, at a higher one.
Yeah, I had a question for you. We got some questions from fooddialogues.com. This is one. Why can't organic approaches be used in all ag food production farms?
You know, one of the, and certainly organic production is probably the most knowledge intensive of all of the production systems, because you're trying to do this without a lot of the tools that are easy to use in many ways to make the system work.
Can it work on a wide scale?
Oh, absolutely, but sometimes at a cost. You know, one of the challenges that we have, I think, in helping people understand, you know, the whole system of farming is we set up these value systems, and we say natural is good, man-made, industrial, whatever you want to say it is bad. Well, nature is scary too. I mean, I know some of the scariest chemicals that I know of are found in food, but they are produced by natural organisms. And so, you know, these are, you know, characterizations that we make that really complicate the story. And natural, you know, I've spent my career trying to control plant disease using biological means. So I'm a true believer. But I also know that it's very, very difficult to do. And if we want to have a reproducible and reliable food supply, until we work that out, we have to use these other methods.
So, realistic timeline then, will there ever be a point where feeding a growing world and a hungry world can be done sustainably, or will there always just be, it's the price you pay?
Well, we have to. We absolutely have to. As I started my discussion here, this is a closed system. If we don't make it work, we're all in trouble. So we have to figure out a way to do this sustainably. It's knowledge intensive, and that's why the research is so critical. And the farmers don't want to spend a lot of money for the inputs. They would much prefer to use the knowledge rather than to buy inputs to make the system work. So, you know, I think ultimately we can and should make organic, or however you want to call it, sustainable systems.
Yeah, however you want to call it. Michael, your thoughts on that?
Well, I absolutely agree with Neil. I think that the ultimate goal, and we heard it from Jason Clay in D.C., we have to solve this problem. We have to actually understand how to integrate human food production into the biological system. Otherwise, there will not be a future. I think the huge challenge before us is to get more allies for the agricultural sector, because it's less than 2% of the population, it's underinvested in, and it's not going to happen. The changes that we need and the support that's needed for the research and the innovation is not going to happen unless the American people rise up and say, we need it. We want healthy rural communities. We want healthy kids in school. We want healthy farms and ranches. We want healthy animals. Well, that's only going to happen if we all rise up and do it. So that's what we're about. We're working with the university. We're working with the growers. We're working with everywhere we can to get the message across that in the end, the food system is as important as the energy system and the health system. If you don't have those three in shape, you got a problem in your culture.
Yeah, but every time I go to the grocery store, there's food on the shelves.
Right.
It doesn't make me sick.
Right.
It's relatively affordable.
It was brought up either last night or in the early sessions this morning. One of the problems that we have is agriculture was so successful between 1950 and the present in producing huge amounts of food. People became lulled into thinking that everything was good. Well, there were a lot of unintended consequences from the system that we developed. And now we're dealing with those consequences. And that's the issue. We got to work on that together. And so in our country, there's not food shortages in the wealthy parts. But if you go into South Fresno, where you have 40% of the people able to needing to use food stamps to eat, or if you go to South LA, or you go to other parts of the country, in fact, there is hunger in those places. So we have problems in this country. It's just not widespread yet.
I wanted to talk about the premium and passing that along again more, because I was at the Farm Progress Show in Decatur, Illinois, and the price of everything is going up. Farmers are making more money, but their input costs are going up, the equipment costs are going up, everything's going up. They talk about sustainability long-term as helping reducing costs. Yes or no? Rick, let me start with you.
Well, I think if you take a look at where we are in the cattle industry today, we have about 100 million cows today. About 1955, we had about the same amount. If we were to produce with the way they did it back then to today, in today's demand, we'd have to have 80 million more cows today in the United States. That would require grazing capacity of Texas, New Mexico, Arizona, Colorado, Kansas combined to have those cattle graze. So the fact is we are becoming more efficient in the way we're doing, and therefore providing more opportunities for people that can't afford the food. That there are starvation in the United States. That's why we have the Beef Counts program that I talked about on the video. It's incredibly, I mean, that's really where the opportunity is. I mean, that's really where the exciting part is that we are sustainable today, and we're becoming better and better at it each and every day, and that's exciting.
By doing these special,
Lest you think that his industry is unique, it's really not. I mean, all three of us, we were talking about this last night and this morning, all three of us have seen dramatic increases in productivity over the last 50 years. I think we are a victim of our own success to some degree. We've done this very successfully over the last 40 or 50 years. Yes, there are pockets of people who have to use food stamps, but the food is there. Whether or not those people can afford it or they need to rely on government support for it, the food is there, and it's safe, reliable, abundant, you know, and they do have a choice of the kind of food they can eat.
Stuart, are you using less chemicals and pesticides? I mean, you have orchards, you have row crops. Talk about that.
Yeah, we actually are, and when I was listening to you say, you know, ultimately, can we go all organic? You know, we are aware of the tools and materials that are being used in the organic industries and the practices, and so, you know, where we can apply them, we use them. You know, we are not setting aside our land for 3 years to become organically certified and what have you, because we're just not organic growers. But I just want to follow up on that. What's amazing to me is something like the tomato industry, where we had close to 20 years where we saw our productivity increase and the price of tomatoes basically stayed about the same for about 20 years. It's just phenomenal. And today we're producing a ton of tomatoes with about 1/3 the amount of water. It's all under berry drip. We have thousands and thousands of acres under berry drip. We have a lot of years where we're spraying little or nothing out there because we have good crop rotation. We're very good stewards of the land. Now, if we have a huge crop out there and it just rains like all get out, you know, we will treat, we'll put fungicides and we'll protect the crop and our buyer and the consumers. But by and large, at least in California, we can get by a lot with proper crop rotation and integrated pest management and all these tools from Davis and elsewhere with less and less material.
We have some questions in our audience. I believe the first question is with Janet.
Hi, I'm Janet Plank with the California League of Food Processors. And we work really hard trying to keep our food producers viable in the state of California and keeping people employed. So my question is, how do you balance the view of regulations from food processors versus the consumer view that may want more regulations and the food producer that certainly feels like they're overregulated?
Ooh. There you go, Rick. You got it.
The regulation is a huge discussion in our company. Our company is relatively small. We represent less than 1% of the total cattle production in the United States. So we live in a really unique niche. The other day we got frustrated with regulatory burdens that we have. We spend $1.8 million a year on just complying with regulations. And we wrote down every agency that has authority to shut us down by one decision of one guy at the packing plant or in our feedlots or whatever, and it was a page and a half. Page and a half of regulatory agencies that could significantly financially fine us or shut us down completely. Now, I mean, you're talking about a barrier to entry, you're talking about having, smaller companies come up into the production system, talking about barriers to entry, that's it. I mean, that is we believe our biggest risk is not the markets, is not the consumers, it's our own government.
Neil?
We think a way around it is to solve some of the problems. We are under planning for a new building to be added to this complex of the Robert Mondavi Institute that will look at food processing with the goal of a zero water footprint, a zero CO2 footprint, and energy self-sufficient. Now, if you can do that, how are the regulations going to affect your production? I think these things are possible, but it all, again, is this concept of looking into the future and asking, how do we sustainably maintain what we have to do? And so we are really pushing that kind of envelope of how to sustainably process our food as well as how to grow it.
Michael?
Well, I think it's, regulation is an indicator of something. People have been piling regulations on because they have concerns. I actually think it's a pretty inefficient way of dealing with the problem, because in the end, we can't really enforce the regulations very well anyway. Government's not large enough. There's all kinds of problems with regulation. It's a poor methodology for solving the problem. What really is needed is, as is saying, the kind of research we need, solving the problems so that we don't have to worry about regulation. I think that is the ultimate solution. The question is, how do you get there? And the fights that go on in the courts or in the legislatures, in the Congress around regulation, I think are a lot of wasted time in a way, because you can spend a lot of time and money on that, or you can spend a lot of time and money on solving the problems. I would love to see agriculture, environmentalists, social justice advocates come together to solve the problems and spend their money that way rather than in the courts.
Or the market, the consumer. Yeah. The consumer demands it. It gets done if there's money to be made. Our second question is from Judy.
Yes, thank you. My question is this. We've been talking about education. How and at what age do we really reach our students who will be representing the future of food? How do we talk to them about research-based information about agriculture and food production? Should it be about food security, availability? How do we get their attention? Is it through empty grocery stores? Our schools have few programs, and we need to reach the kids who've never been on an agricultural property. And we are just 1% who are producing the food. How do we do that?
Neil, let me start with you on that one.
All right. Let me just say that the most popular course taught on this campus, and I'll just say we're starting at the college level, is nutrition. You can't get into that course.
Wow.
And in fact, our college teaches the 3 most popular courses taught on this campus. And we teach a lot of other courses that students wait to get into that address these issues. We call it science and society. And we address the issues that we're talking about.
So there's a hunger, no pun intended.
There is a hunger for this information.
What do you guys have to say? I mean, do you all have kids? They're all going to try and get it. Did they want to leave, and now they're maybe coming back because there's no other job opportunities, or?
I'm just giving you. I grew up on a dairy farm. I'm 5th generation cattleman, and I swore I would never go back to the cattle industry again, and because it was a tough life and very difficult, hard work, all of that stuff. But I've come to realize that there are opportunities, and I came back into the industry because of those opportunities. And I think in the next generation, I think those opportunities are going to be bigger and better. And we're going to need more scientists, we're going to need more engineers in the agricultural industry. It's pretty exciting to see that. How to teach it?
I have on a regular basis, my children come home with teachers who have a completely erroneous vision of what agriculture is about, whether the cattle industry or ag industry as a whole, and I have to re-educate them on the reality of life, and then they go back and re-educate their teacher. And in fact, in some cases, the teachers have apologized to my children and to the class of their misconceptions about what it is.
Our food doesn't come from the store?
Yeah, exactly.
Michael, you have
Jane, I was just going to say that I think that school lunch, school meals are one of the most important things. It was said earlier today how many millions of kids every day eat at school. I think that we have a huge opportunity to use school lunch and school meals as a teaching tool for the next generation, because the next generation has to understand the importance of food production and the importance of nutrition. And I think the school lunch programs in this country need major renewal. I know the administration increased, and the Congress increased the amount of money that's being spent on school lunch, but that was a very small amount in a very big problem. So I think that is a huge place where agriculture and food system change advocates could come together to change the school lunch and curricula around that in the United States.
Well, Jamie Oliver may do that without any taxpayer dollars. I know we have another question in the audience. I believe, Rob?
Yes. We actually do have a well-developed ag education community in this country. We've got school-based ag education, which includes 500,000 FFA members, even more 4-H members across the nation. They're adult leaders, volunteers, and professional ag teachers in schools, even university faculty that focus on ag education. So in light of our discussion today, where we've talked about these challenges and opportunities facing agriculture, what do you think should be the focus of these agricultural education programs that we already have in place?
Eric, what would be useful for you?
I think we ought to drag them out to the farm a lot more often than we do, is what I think. I think we ought to get as many people out onto our farms and ranches as we can do, given the biological security precautions and everything else we need to put in place.
Stuart?
It's not just school lunches, it's also the teachers as well. We need to get the teachers out there. They're the ones that are teaching some misconceptions to these children, and they're the ones that need to be brought out and taken to the chicken ranch in a lot of cases. I think those would be some great programs that we'd love to do, much to the chagrin of some of my production people who would love to see nobody on the ranch.
Stuart, what about bringing the farm to them?
Well, I think that's a great idea. You know, every time, well, other than my own kids, when I get them to the farm, they want to run. But when I have others out there, they seem to have a genuine interest in food safety and nutrition, all the items that we're talking about. And, you know, once you sit down and talk about, you know, we're actually exporting this crop to Germany, China, India, you know, I've got sales guys going all over the world. They start getting a little more interested, at least in California agriculture, and the scope of what, you know, is out there for them. And God, if I was, I have to say, you know, I too did not want to go back to the farm. But once I got there, I fell in love with just the whole nature of it. And I think these kids, if they get the proper exposure and everything, it is such a fantastic industry. And, you know, demand forever.
Claire, you have a question from social media.
Discussions generating a lot of interest on social media. We have a bunch of them. First of all, I think this might be best for Stuart, given what he talked about in water just a minute ago. It's from @ChrisClaytonDTN on Twitter. Don't we use 75% of our water for agriculture? What can we do about this? Can we grow more crops with less? Stuart, you said you've already had some success with that.
Yes, and what's kind of crazy about this, if you look on a per acre basis for a lot of the crops that we grow, we're saving some water with drip. It's not a hellacious amount. What we're really doing is driving productivity. And so the metric that we're looking at is how many tons are we producing per acre foot. In our own case, our ranch, we measure all of our returns on a per acre foot basis. It's our limiting factor. So we're making big investments in the crops that we grow to get the best returns. We're looking at, you know, and clearly if you can use less, your returns are going up. But, you know, we use 75% of the developed water in California. California, okay, I'm just speaking of California. Annually, we have about 200 million acre feet, and we capture some half of it or something like that. Anyway, so we have enough water. It's the question of, you know, are we managing it well? Have we continue to invest in the infrastructure that we can get it to make sure that's reliable, even if it's a lesser amount. Reliability is a huge issue. And if you have an unreliable resource, you will manage it down to its lowest possible level. So what happens in our case, you know, we don't overplant our fields if we don't know how much water we're going to have. We're stretching that. There's no water that leaves our ranch, none whatsoever. I think we're getting more and more out of that limited resource every year that goes by. I don't know that we can save our way into feeding the world with less water. At some point, you've got to have a reliable given amount to do it.
Claire?
Another question, Twitter, at Nate Jager. Should we work on distribution of the food we have, much of which gets wasted? Michael, what do you think about that? Which gets wasted. Michael, what do you think about that?
I actually do think that's a very important issue. In the recent months, it's been more and more the focus. People are talking about the fact that 30 to 40% of the food that's actually harvested never gets eaten. So there's
Is that real?
Yeah, that's real. Either through you know, food waste, you know, wasted at the restaurant, in the home, shrink in the grocery store, or people don't eat it when it gets to their plate. It molds. Yeah, 30 to 40%. It's a huge number. Wow. There's research being done on it. So to the extent that we could save a large percentage of that wasted food, yeah, we could produce less. So it's a very important issue.
Claire, one more from social media.
Sure, Dr. Van Alphen, this is from @Virginia Houston, again on Twitter. If you look at food production, you can't take genetics off the table. Can we use modern technology to select markers and traits?
I would say that we absolutely must do it, not just can we do it. We have an incredibly increasing amount of knowledge about the genetics of our important crop plants. And that gives us some very important tools to address issues such as we just discussed on water use. We can increase water use efficiency in plants. We can get plants to grow in much poorer quality water in terms of, say, higher salinity levels. And for us to be able to feed the world and to take advantage of what water we do have, we have to use these technologies. And it is all genetic based. Now, whether it be done through marker selected plant breeding or through GMOs, they're both tools that are available, and ultimately I believe will both be used.
But that scares people when you talk about genetic markers and making plants do something they don't naturally do. How do you overcome that?
We've always done that. That is what domestication of agriculture and of plants means. I mean, if you go back to the real advances of our how civilization happened, it came by the wanderers and the hunter-gatherers who figured out how to, in fact, change those plants so that they could reliably produce the seeds, the crop, the food they needed.
But at what point do you not change them? At what point do you say this is a change too far, this becomes a problem?
Well, I mean, that's an ethical question, and you know, my question on that is, what are the ethics that would be driving that? When is it? When have you?
Answer that question.
When have you? And I don't see the. In other words, if we can change the plant teosinte, which into maize, into corn, which is a huge jump in terms of the type of plants they are, and turn it into one that had very little value as a crop plant to feed us, into one that is an incredibly productive, efficient producer of food, and they don't look anything like each other, why would we say we can't take the next step? I mean, and obviously you look at safety, you look at the environmental impacts, but once you've decided that that's okay, why would we ever not do it when we're facing these types of challenges globally?
Claire, I know you have another question.
We do Facebook this time, Jane, from Lacey August Kuntz. She wonders, will the costs of our food still be considered cheap and abundant in the times to come when prices are expected to rise so much? Or will we really end up playing on a more level playing field in quotes? Jane, field in quotes.
Ooh, that's a tough one. Neil, maybe you should first. Does anybody want to take a stab?
I can take a stab at it. You know, we export to 22 different countries, and today, because of the exchange rate, U.S. beef is as competitive of a price point as anything in the entire world.
We see, but that's the problem. When the dollar is down, it's bad for everybody, but it's great for an export economy.
It is, and that's the real challenge, is that we are living in a global economy today. We want to be able to bring in cattle from anywhere in the country and across the nations, from Mexico or Canada. We want to be able to export it to all over the world, and the U.S. beef production is known as the best in the world. So people want to have that demand. Does that take away from the U.S. consumer? Maybe, but when you're talking about tongues, I'm not sure anybody on the panel what the last time you had a tongue, but in Japan and Korea, it's a premium product. It's an awesome product. They pay a huge premium.
I'll take your word for it.
Okay. And there's other things too that we can sell to overseas markets that have a tremendous value to the overseas market, and the U.S. consumers have no interest in it.
Chicken feet in China, although there's a whole big stink about that. But Michael, you had.
Well, I was just thinking that in fact it was said from the D.C. panel that energy prices and other impacts, water, labor, all these things are going to drive food prices up. And you know, I think that's not a bad thing necessarily. You know, people will argue that it is because it makes it harder to get food access. But the question becomes, what is the impact of not paying those prices? We had a conversation earlier that food prices are not real prices, that there are impacts that have been externalized that we're not covering. So food prices probably do need to go up. Now, there can be ways that we can deal with the impacts on those who live in poverty around that, that need to be undertaken. But the truth of the matter is, food prices, all the economists are saying it, probably 4% a year. It's been doing that the last few years, and it's going to continue. So the question becomes, how do we deal with that? How do we take care of those who live in poverty?
But you know, the same argument is made that gas needs to go to $10 a gallon. People would revolt if food prices went way up. We'd have what happened in North Africa.
That's possible, and that's why we have a food policy in this country that 75% of our farm bill really goes to keep people fed, because if you don't do that, you have unrest.
Stuart, I know that you wanted to say something.
Well, you know, I can't, with my farmer hat on, I love what you're saying. But, you know, when I think about also listening about, you know, how difficult it is for some people in our society to eat, I think you should try to keep prices lower. I don't think it's a bad thing to have plentiful, safe food that's at a price point that everybody can afford. I think that's just a given that we should be there. And I think it's personal responsibility as to what you put in your own mouth, but give them the opportunity to eat whatever they want. And I just also want to comment, you know, when you think about farmers and you look at the cost of food, and I don't know what the exact percent is, but I think for every dollar that the consumer spends, the farmer gets something like 2 or 3%. We're talking about a very small share. Now, this is a good year of farming, I got to say that. But when you look at you know, the transportation, the trucking, the processing, the marketing, and all that, the farm share is pretty small.
It varies. Beef get more into that.
It is true that we live in an ocean of those kinds of costs and values and everything else like that. So we do the best we can at the farm to provide a value product or a good quality product as cheap as we possibly can in the ocean that we're given. You know, and it's great to talk about world policy and feeding the world and doing a lot of these things from the 30,000-foot level, but I'm just trying to feed my family and make sure that we will be able to continue our organization for the foreseeable future.
I think this is a great discussion because it really brings up that other piece of sustainability that we haven't talked about in the normal definition that we look at, and one is social equity. In other words, this issue that we really do have a responsibility in sustainability to make sure food is available and at a price that people can afford. Hunger should not exist in a world of plenty. So this is an important, I think, issue of how do we do this.
Claire?
One of the things that we have to do every day is at our ranch, in our family, is try to find a way to provide that value as skinny a margin as we can deal with, as competitively priced as we can deal with, to give our consumers a value product, you know, given the societal standards for safety and everything else.
Thank you guys so much. It was a really great discussion. Claire, back to you.
Jane, please thank your panelists. Terrific. They were blunt, informative, and entertaining, which is always important. Now we want to get another perspective, the New York perspective, with Chef John Besh. Hi, John.
How are you, Claire?
I've got the best panel here, and I tell you why. We've got everybody from policy gurus to farmers, people that know food and know it from the consumer standpoint as well. And that's what we're really going to touch on today. And let's start off, if you wouldn't mind introducing yourself. But Bart Schott, I'll give you the first go at it.
Sure, and I'm glad to go off first. It's really a unique experience to be a part of this. I'm a corn farmer from a little town in North Dakota called Cullum. I'm the president of National Corn Growers Association. We are a family farm back home. We produce more than just kids. We've got corn and wheat and soybeans, and I have 2 sons engaged in the farm with me. The third one is a part of my seed business, and so it's a 3rd generation farm with me, and my sons are the 4th. We practice conservation as much as we can. We've gone to no-till. We've planted filler strips around our potholes and sloughs, and so one thing that we embrace on our farm is technology to reduce our inputs.
And we were getting into potholes in your neck of the woods are a little different than what they mean here in New York City. And Pamela Covey?
I'm a senior editor with Restaurant Business Magazine, and we talk a lot about sourcing ingredients in our magazine. I do a section called Food Service Buyer, where we talk to chefs and restaurant operators about how to source the best ingredients. Lots of consumers and restaurant customers are interested in where their food is coming from now. They want to see it on the menu. They want to even know the name of the farmer. So that's a very important part of what we write about these days.
And next we have Sarah Murray.
Yeah, I'm Sarah Murray. I'm an author of a book called Movable Feasts, and I looked at I got interested in food because I was interested in how the world worked and how things got around, and then it turned out that food was the most interesting bit to look at because it was perishable, messy, and very hard to shift around. And then, of course, it turned out that food, for many other reasons, proved to be an incredibly interesting topic to follow. So I looked way back, right to the Roman Empire and onwards, and looked at how we had global food chains, centuries and centuries ago. So it was a fascinating journey, and it chimed in a little bit with my other work, which is I write about business and sustainability for papers like the Financial Times and other business papers.
And we have another author, Patricia Ronald.
Patricia's my mother's name.
I'm sorry.
It's all right.
Pamela and Patricia, I've just mixed it all up. I'm sorry.
There we go.
Pamela, please.
My name is Pamela Ronald, and I'm a professor at the University of California, Davis. For 20 years, I've been studying rice, which is the world's most important staple food crop. And I'm particularly interested in understanding that the role genes play in the response to stress in the environment and resistance to disease. My husband is an organic farmer. He's been farming organically for 30 years. And his most recent position is the organic farmer at the University of California, Davis, where he teaches organic farming production methods, and they have a community-supported agricultural system. So many of our friends and family have asked us, well, isn't organic farming and genetics at the opposite ends of the agricultural spectrum? And we actually have quite a bit in common, which is an ecologically based system of agriculture. So in response to those questions, we've written a book, Tomorrow's Table, Organic Farming, Genetics, and the Future of Food.
And then we have Dr. Lynn Silver.
Thank you. My name's Lynn Silver. I direct the Office of Science and Policy at the New York City Department of Health. I'm a pediatrician. I'm mother or stepmother to 5 children, so I do a lot of cooking. In New York City, over the past decade, we've really been trying very hard to reverse the epidemic of obesity and diabetes that we are seeing here in the city as well as across the country. And that's led us to try and take a number of actions to make the food environment healthier and just getting healthy food the normal course of action for more people. That's included our work restricting trans fat, creating the National Salt Reduction Initiative, initiating the first calorie labeling in restaurants, And then on a more day-to-day basis, we serve 260 million meals every year to, mostly children, but a lot of other people. And we've been trying to walk the walk and talk the talk, which is not easy, in what we're doing as well. My husband is an ICU doc, and he sees the heart attacks and strokes and other consequences of often of unhealthy diets. So we hope that some of these measures will start to reverse some of those problems.
Well, I thought we'd kick this off with just a quick look at some of the survey findings that we found. And the data says that basically consumers are equally divided when it comes to food safety and food quality. The upside is that there's a lot of positive benefit. People see the positive side in food labeling, and the number of choices is a great thing also. And so with that, let's kind of delve into a couple of questions. And coming off of the last segment, the last panel really talked about the economics of it all. And that's one thing that I really want you, Bart, to really jump into. Corn. Understand, I see it on a daily basis as a chef. Food prices have been skyrocketing over the past couple of years. And I understand at the heart of it is this whole debate on corn. Now, why do these prices fluctuate so much? And how do we keep corn, one of the most important crops in our country, how do we keep those crops more affordable?
I think part of the real question is why are prices of corn going up and down so fast, and what's the driver behind that? And I'd like to go back to a comment that a panelist made a little while ago about the price of oil, and that's really been at the heart of why our commodity prices have gone up, because of transportation costs, and so that's one part of the formula, let's say. The other thing is that we're in a demand market with corn. It's in demand not only locally here with our livestock producers and of course our ethanol industry, and our export industry, but there's a growing demand worldwide for corn, and so that has an impact on the price. Another factor that influences our price are outside investors coming in and buying corn on, let's say, a Chicago Board of Trade, and that really has an influence on corn prices going up and down, and in a real wide swing way. One day it'll be up, next day it'll be down, and we call that the funds coming in and buying and selling.
And so what's the answer then? Because this corn affects the prices of many other food items, and why don't you just delve in real quick on what other food prices are attached to the price of that commodity?
Well, I think when you look at my farm, we have an opportunity to pre-price some crop, and then we really can't go overboard because of production risks due to weather, and so we'll price about half of it, and the other half we'll probably price after the crop comes in, and so that's kind of the cushion we use. And then when it leaves my farm, there's a transportation cost to the next person down the line that has to pay, and then there's a processor that takes our corn and processes it, and there's another added cost. And so you can see as it goes down the road, the transportation cost gets really huge on a commodity that was produced on the farm in the raw form.
That's understandable. And we were talking earlier about organic versus sustainable, natural. How do you draw the line? I want to throw this one out to you, Pamela. What is the relationship between organic and sustainability and genetics, and how do you see these interfacing with one another?
So as my colleague Neil Van Alphen at UC Davis brought up, everything that we eat today is genetically altered in some way. So food's been domesticated for 10,000 years, and all farmers in the United States use genetically improved seeds. So nothing that we eat occurs what you would think of as naturally anymore. So it's all been highly domesticated.
So genetically improved versus genetic modification. What's the
I
difference?
try to avoid the term genetic modification because everything is genetically modified,
Right.
but not everything is genetically engineered. So the regulatory issues are coming up with genetic engineering. And the difference between conventional genetic alteration and genetic engineering, there's basically two basic differences. So with genetic engineering, you take a gene from any species and put it into that plant. Conventional genetic modification generally limits gene transfer to closely related species. You can still mix and match between species, but generally it's within a species. The other difference is conventional modification introduces large sets of uncharacterized genes, whereas genetic engineering is a very precise process where you insert 1 to 2 to 3 very well-characterized genes. Organic growers are not allowed to use genetically engineered seed. They are permitted, the USDA does permit them to use seed that's been irradiated or grafted or taken through tissue culture. Hybrid seed is allowed. So that's something that organic farms don't have that particular tool. And then you brought up the issue of sustainable, and
or can it be sustainable? So you have genetically improved. Can you still have that and sustainable or organic in the same place?
So what we advocate in the book is to use the most appropriate technology to achieve sustainability. So we're very technology neutral. It may be genetically engineered, it may be another genetic improvement, and farming practices are critical. So every farmer knows that you can't just rely on seed alone, that you also need to have ecologically based farming practices. And so the big issues are not the technology. The big issues are how can we use less land and water, how can we feed the poor and malnourished, how can we enhance soil fertility, and how can we reduce toxic inputs. So these are the critical questions, and we believe that we need to use every appropriate technology to achieve these goals of sustainability. And it depends. A small papaya grower who's facing a viral epidemic needs something different than a subsistence rice farmer that lacks a diverse diet.
Right, and I think that's just this gray area of really defining what sustainability even is, and how, because we can define it in a number of varying ways. We've talked a lot about food security in a sense of national security, making sure that our country has the wherewithal to produce its own food, but I haven't heard a lot of talk about food safety as it pertains to foodborne illnesses. And I just wanted to throw this one out to you, Dr. Lynn, that are there actually more or less foodborne illnesses today than there had been in our past? It seems that you just listen to the news and one would assume that these outbreaks just happen on too frequent of a basis, or is it just that we have the media outlets now that we find out about them sooner?
Well, we look at foodborne illness through 3 lenses: bacteria, the impact of food on the common causes of death, like heart disease and diabetes and cancer, and lastly, those invisible things like pesticides and antibiotics and other things that affect health and can cause illness as well. On the bacterial side, we're doing better. So if you compare now to 1996, we've had a significant decline in foodborne illnesses that have been confirmed. Not every bacteria, but some of the key ones like Shiga toxin-producing E. coli has been reduced, and a number of other bacteria. So that's real progress. We still have a long way to go. We still have thousands of deaths every year and hundreds of thousands of hospitalizations. But and progress needs to be made, starting on the farm all the way to the table. But what actually kills people the most from food is the effect of our diet on heart disease and diabetes. And there we're doing worse. So the salt content of food has increased. The caloric intake of Americans has increased over the past couple of decades by 200 to 300 calories, primarily from sugary drinks and some other products.
But bringing it
and
back
that's
to
the biggest public health impact.
But bringing it back to the farmers and the ranchers, and how food at its source what do you see as far as, have we made progress on that end as far as less and less of foodborne illnesses per se, as opposed to understand diet, that's, we're kind of headed off on a different course, but what can we do better today, or are we hitting our mark as far as?
We're doing better, but we're not hitting our mark on the bacteriologic illness. Bacteriologic illness, even if it manifests itself after it came from a restaurant or in your house, often still originated on the farm. And that doesn't mean the blame is in one place or another, but it means that we have to look at the whole system from the beginning to the end and ask ourselves, how can we improve it? How can we prevent it? How can we make it better? We immunize kids. We don't sort them out at the school to figure out who's got the flu and who doesn't have the flu. That's kind of what we're doing on foods to some extent. So really thinking, system-wide, how do you prevent this is the most important thing. And if we look at the second group of illnesses, a lot of that is occurring after the farm and the ranch, and the transformation that occurs with food between the original producer and the ultimate consumer.
Because we probably have more highly processed foods today than we've ever had in history, which allows for another
That's introducing
process.
In portion size and content and many other aspects serious health problems that are affecting population health. And there we really have to look at how do we change the default, not just create portfolios of special healthy products for the health conscious, but how do we make our common foods and everyday foods more healthier and to meet people's needs.
It's interesting because this also brings up the fact of transparency, and transparency is such a big thing. And we've heard these key phrases thrown out today of we need to be much more transparent. And I know as a chef, we have inspectors that come in, and we have the labels and the ratings, and now certain restaurants of a certain size have to actually have caloric intakes and various forms of labeling out there displayed for the public. With this boom in transparency, and I want to throw this to you, Patricia, and everybody else can chime in for that matter, but Patricia's kind of up to speed on what the restaurant industry is really facing today. With this boom, what should that signal to the ranchers and farmers, bringing it back to the farm? What does this signal to them?
Well, I think one part of this equation that we really haven't talked about is flavor. And a lot of restaurateurs and chefs, as you know, John, are really trying to, emphasize flavor on the menu. And so when you're talking about, buying local, a lot of chefs are buying local now because they want to get the most flavor out of those ingredients. And if the ingredients aren't available in season, for example, they might go and have it shipped in from California to New York so that they'll get a more flavorful product. So I think that's something, and the same thing about legislating against sodium in foods. I mean, it would be really hard to go into the kitchen and tell a chef not to use this much salt in your recipe because it's bad for someone's health. Well, that's what makes his dish his signature. So I think, transparency is a great thing. I think consumers really want to know where their food is coming from. They like tracing it back to the farm. They like to see the farmer's name on the menu. Some restaurants even bring the farmers into the restaurant to meet the customers. But I think we could go too far the other way as well.
Well, how much further can we go? And Sarah, I'd love for you to jump in. And I know you have a couple props that we were talking about off camera earlier. That how much further will this go, or should it go? And we were just laughing, Bart and I, in the back. His daughter grew up on a farm, and now she's in love with the farmer down the street because he got the chickens running around in the yard, and the whole the CSA's working. And I'm just curious about where should we go with this, and how much further will it go?
Well, you're right, and I brought something with me. I brought this label, which is actually from a UK Tesco, which is a big UK supermarket. And this is, to my mind, the most incredible label. I don't think they even do them anymore. I mean, I can't see it from here, so you can't possibly see it from over there. The print is in sort of, 5-point font. But what it really illustrates for me is how difficult the labeling and transparency issue is, because this label came out in the UK this was about 3 years ago, when there was a big move to try and get everybody to go back to buying local food. Why are we transporting food around the globe? You know, we should be growing it locally. And for some reason, the Kenyan green bean became this big symbol in the UK because we import a lot of beans from Kenya. And so there was a lot of talk about putting an aeroplane sticker on your beans so that you knew that it had been flown from Kenya, and you could decide on that basis, this has got too many carbon emissions for my liking, and so I'm going to go and buy something else. And so they put this little airplane thing on, and then there was a huge outcry from the Kenyan Farm Growers Association, which said, listen, you know, your exporting to you guys is what has transformed our economy here in Kenya. You cannot do this. And they flew over, and there was a big sort of trade debate. So then the incredible thing, this label just tries to do it all. It's got a lovely little picture here of an African farmer, and she's called Elizabeth. I know because I got my magnifying glass out earlier on. And it's got a little description of, this is Elizabeth, she's one of our growers. You know, her livelihood depends on these beans. So you're sitting there going, okay, so I've got the airplane here with the carbon emissions, and I've got
but
Elizabeth
you're building a relationship
on the
with the farmer at the same time.
And I like Elizabeth already. And then I've also got, like, this is one of my 5-a-day greens, and I've got the calories, and I've got the expiry date. And
so
it's like, how much more can you get on a label?
How much more do we
on
want on the labels? My question.
Yeah.
And well, what's the answer?
I don't know. I think it's a tricky one. I mean, I think it's interesting that I haven't seen this label around for a while. This is a 3-year-old label, so maybe they decided that this was just way too much information for the average consumer. I mean, I think you can't go to a supermarket with your magnifying glass. It's just too hard. But I think we need some information.
And I think people are wanting more information. That's obvious. But have we noticed if the labels on, you know, the caloric intakes, for instance, on various menus in restaurants here in New York, is it making a difference? What's it doing?
Yes, it does appear to be. First of all, 84% of New Yorkers say they like the labels and find them useful. So that's a good sign. About 15% of people actually see them and use them to make choices that are about 100 calories less. We have about 3 million restaurant visits every week in New York City. I'm sorry, fast food visits every week in New York City. So 15% of that every week is a lot of people, almost 500,000. So we think information is important. It's useful to consumers. But consumers also shouldn't have to have a PhD in biochemistry to buy healthy food. They should be able to go to the supermarket, see beautiful fruits and vegetables, be able to afford them.
Hear stories about your farmer.
Yeah, hear stories about your farmer, but you know, they have to be able to access fruits and vegetables at prices that are, you know, comparable or ideally less than what it costs them to buy junk food, which is not currently the case. And for our New Yorkers, many of whom are quite poor, right now they go to the supermarket and they make financially rational decisions of buying poor nutrient quality foods that are very inexpensive rather than buying much more nutritious foods that in fact are less accessible to them, even though more nutritious. So information is great, not everything.
Well, Pamela, what do you think it is that drives the consumers to such a huge split? There's this obvious rift. We just saw it in just looking at this, the data that came to us from this poll. Of the direction that agriculture is taking, because we're split right here just in this panel of conventional versus organic and so on and so forth. What does this really say? How does this rift, how do we find ourselves at this point? And how do we all become a lot more conscious that there's just not one side of this?
Yeah, that's a good question. I'm not sure that there's a rift in what consumers want. I think if you talk to people, they really want food that's nutritious for their children, and they are more and more care about farm workers, which is something new in the sense that reducing toxic inputs, caring about farm workers, more and more there's concern for soil fertility. I think what we see less of in the United States is concern for very poor farmers in other countries, but hopefully that's coming as well. So I think that I love labels, actually. It's
I was afraid you were going to say that.
It's sort of been bantered around, this idea of barcoding. And that way you can have a very simple label, but if somebody wants more information, they can go and you know, look at, for example, conventionally grown papaya versus genetically engineered papaya, and look at how much viral nucleic acids are in there. So this
and it does come down to the information, because if you think about it, well, maybe the genetically, I know I'm not supposed to be
genetically engineered.
Genetically engineered versus genetically modified. If it takes us poisoning the soils by adding less and less pesticides and so on and so forth, then aren't we doing a good thing by, you know, by providing these fruits or
and there's really tremendous amounts of science-based information now that is available, and I encourage people to go to the USDA website or blogs, BioFortified. There's a lot of clear scientific information, and if you look at genetically engineered cotton, for example, a lot of people think, oh, you know, I don't want anything genetically engineered, but, well, you know, why not? Because the data is very clear when you have an integrated system, and it's really fantastic work of entomologists and geneticists and farmers in Arizona, where they've come together. They've created a system using genetically engineered cotton, but also integrated some farm biodiversity to reduce selection pressure. And what they're finding is that farmers are using half the amount of insecticides that they did before they used genetically engineered cottons, and they see twice as much biological diversity. And that sort of information is not really getting to consumers, and that's why we really advocate asking a specific question rather than, is it GMO or not GMO?
Right,
really
because
ask
it comes
the question.
down to, the argument then seems to be, is it right or wrong? And we want to all, I think we all want to be right. And it kind of really brings me back to what Sarah was talking about, really the movable feast, for that matter. We love to think of ourselves as, yeah, we'd be a much better country if we just go back to the olden days and do things the right way, not really taking into account the, you know, we had water issues back then. We had a lot of erosion issues then that we're much more aware of now. But what is it, as you talk to people, that really frightens people from technology and farming today?
I think, well, just to mention technology, I love the barcode idea, by the way. I mean, surely there's an app for that, isn't there? I mean, you know, you could scan that across and get all this stuff rather than having it on a label. I mean, I was very struck by just generally how much, and particularly more so in the UK, and now it's coming over here, but how there is actually a big appetite for more information on this. And in the UK, for example, another big chain called Marks and Spencer's, I mean, they built their whole branding effort on this thing called Look Behind the Label. And you could go on the website and you could look up a whole lot of stuff about everything from labor rights to technology and science to, you know, the sort of environmental sustainability of these things. So, I mean, I think there is a huge appetite. I mean, I think, you know, I mean, I poke fun at this label, but I think it's actually kind of impressive. It's just, you know, the technical difficulties of actually being able to see it on a product in a supermarket. But I think, to me, it's encouraging that people want to know more.
But isn't it interesting, though, and all of you chime in real quick, that what we end up having is that we have one segment of consumer that's educated, wants more information, and not saying that the other segments aren't educated, but that they're happy with the way things are. They're happy with the status quo, while you have the same percentage saying, no, we need to do better, we need to do more. It's interesting. Does it come down to education, or that foods that are maybe produced in a much more sustainable or organic manner are really for the elites in society?
I think it's absolutely independent of education. And there was just an article in New York Times about Marin County, which is a very wonderful place in California, a very affluent county, very highly educated. But the parents stopped many parents stopped vaccinating their children for whooping cough because they heard by an actress that vaccinations where
misinformation again, right?
And now they had the largest outbreak of whooping cough in the entire United States. So it's really, I think, a lack of science-based information. I think consumers care, but they don't know where to go to get the information.
And you know, on the side of media, and so and you play a huge part in this. How do we make sure that we're getting the proper information, and what do you think your responsibility is to do that?
Well, I think a lot of consumers now go to restaurant websites to find out information. They could see the menu there. There's the National Restaurant Association even has a website called healthydiningfinder.com. So if you're in a city, you could go on Healthy Dining Finder and find a restaurant that has the kind of healthy food you're seeking. And it isn't just the elite who are looking for this kind of information, because people who go to Chipotle Grill, for example, which is 1,100 units nationwide and isn't an expensive place to go, they have all their sourcing information on their website. They're even, they just made a commitment to buy 10 million pounds of local produce, working directly with local farmers in each of their distribution areas to source produce. So it really is, it doesn't cross economic lines. I think it's more of a belief system.
Right.
You know, we strongly support stronger labeling, but all of our nutrition education efforts have had limited impact at times.
And that's what
for example, increasing fruits and vegetable consumption has not happened. You know, we do need very strong information, particularly on highly processed foods. But we need people, you know, having their kids getting foods that look more like that bowl of apples
or
in
just
the back.
using a kitchen for that matter.
John, come on, so they don't need
Not
to
that you
read
shouldn't
the nutrition
support your
label.
local chef. I'm not saying that. Look, we have a ton of questions coming through via the web.
John, can I comment on that a little bit? This
Go
last
ahead.
question, I feel like I've got to be polite and wait my turn. But I'm just going to jump in here.
Not
Sorry
in this
about that,
panel.
but I really think that, and I know that consumers are really have questions about the food that they eat. They want to know, is it safe? Can they get it tomorrow? Who's growing it? And so there is, I really believe there is a lack of knowledge on the consumer's part of how is this food produced and where is it produced. And so I think we have to connect as farmers. We do a good job of producing food. Where we've been lacking is this open dialogue that we've wanted to have with our consumers. And I know today is going to be part of the movement that starts that. And you know, we want to answer the questions that you have. We thought we were answering correctly when we were using science-based answers, but you know, I don't think we were hearing the questions properly. And
well,
so
I think you're going to hear some questions today.
I'm hoping to.
And we have a few people out here in our live audience here in New York that are ready to ask a few questions of their own. Okay. David?
I'm Dave Warner with the National Pork Producers Council. My question for anyone who would like to answer it, and you've just been talking a little bit about this, is that, well, how do farmers and ranchers get past the influencers, the filters, the food press and other food influencers who have been critical of modern agriculture and technology such as GE or GMO seeds? Other than having a food dialogue, how do we do that?
I'm happy to jump in there. I mean, one of the things that was interesting to me when I was researching my book was, and obviously most of my book was historical, but because I was looking at the journeys of food, I was looking very much in the contemporary, and I think that you know, the trouble is that people just want to see a very simple answer. And I think that was why, particularly 2 or 3 years ago, I mean, this thing, Food Miles, came out, and the press leapt on it. And suddenly it was like, you know, your dinner's got 5,000 food miles behind it. And the truth is that it's a much, much more complex picture than that. And I think the danger, particularly in the media sometimes, is that they just look for those big headlines, and then everybody gets the wrong end of the stick. And I think the challenge is to convey that much more complex picture about what's really going on in the food chain. Because I mean, the food supply chain it's one of the most complex of any industry. But it's just, how do we explain that to people?
I have to say, as a chef, farmer, I thought I knew something about food and its sources, and just listening to this dialogue today and just participating in it, I understand now that it is far more complex, and it's not something so easily remedied by a soundbite. And it's something that I think will take some time before we figure out the right way to go about getting the people the proper information so that they can actually use it for good.
One other tiny point on that, though, is that I think to your point, the other challenge is that, and again this came out with the sort of local food movement, is I think why that had such strong resonance for people was because they could sort of understand it. They like to think about their local farmer at the end of the small farm at the end of the road where they got their food from. It's much, much more difficult for a consumer to engage with a huge corporation. And I think that's the big challenge that consumers have. But that is our challenge because, let's face it, we need big corporations to feed the world. So it's finding a way to intersect with the
But I think that we need them
companies.
both. And I think that's the great point that I found today, is that we need both. And it's because we're so far removed from the farm that we need that farmer that shows up here in New York at the farmer's market just down the street. We need to build that relationship before we can even wrap our head around the larger farms, fellows like Bart that are out there feeding the country, so to speak. But let's run over to Claire in D.C. right now. She's got some questions that have been filtering through the internet.
That's right, John. As always, a lot of questions on social media right now. One on Facebook from Sally Colby-Scholl, and she says, the no added hormones labeling on meat packages is confusing to consumers who assume that all the other products do contain additives. How can we inform consumers accurately? I would throw that one to Pamela, since she loves labels. And I think it's even broader than the hormone label. You know, how do you teach people which labels matter? And if something, is labeled no hormones, does that mean everything else has it?
Well, I love it when you ask an animal question to a plant biologist.
But you do love labels.
I do love labels. And that particular question I'll answer in a plant biology sort of way. I think it is really important to provide information that is meaningful for the health of the consumer. And how to do that is a little bit tricky, but people are attached to labels now, and I think the certified organic label is a great example of a group that got on labeling early. People recognize the label, they're very happy with the label, but they've also put a lot of meaning into the label that is not necessarily accurate. So organic farmers do use generally fewer pesticides. And organic farmers do try to, they're very concerned about the health of the crop. They often use compost instead of synthetic nitrogen, so there's a lot of great aspects of organic farming, so I have to give a plug to organic farmers. But it is not equivalent to sustainability. So there is no, if it's certified organic, does not mean it's certified sustainable, and it does not mean it's more nutritious for children. And those are the kinds of fallacies that it's hard to get that information across in a label. But I think as the consumers start thinking a little bit more about land and water, and if we have the barcoding system, perhaps that will help.
Claire?
Spoke Sarah, I hope I'm pronouncing this right, Savory. And I think this one would be great for Bart. How can we introduce kids to all of the variety of jobs that are connected to farming, not just the field jobs, but so many more?
We've got a really good idea about bringing as many people out to the farm as we can for even a weekend visit. I had an opportunity to do that with my cousin that's one generation away from the farm, and his girls were asking him questions that he couldn't connect with, and I think that's really where we can bridge the gap with our consumers, is bring them to your farm, show them what we're doing, answer the questions, give them the right answers to the serious questions that they have, and so, you know, I think most of the farms across the USA would embrace that idea.
All right, and we have one question from Facebook from Lynn Figone on Facebook. Dr. Silver, for you, how can we provide healthy food for our children in the schools when the schools have next to nothing for food budgets? That's something that, of course, of great concern for all of us.
Well, it's a struggle. We struggle here in the city to improve the quality of the food on a very limited budget. And it's a challenge. It means being a priority for local government and federal government, and our educational systems are currently underfunded in many ways, from teachers to food, and that continues to be a problem. We've been able to very, very significantly improve school food here in New York City over the last 8 years by making investments, by regulating the way that we purchase food, and by imposing requirements for the quality of the food that we buy, but it's been challenging on the budget that we have to do it on. It helps that we buy so many meals and we have a certain amount of market power, but it's a real challenge to school systems across the country, and people are doing their best. But
it's really interesting where we're actually spending our dollars. Yeah, I was just hit this past week to design a menu for 55 cents a portion, using this, and that, and satisfying the dietary requirements needed or mandated by the school systems for 55 cents. You can't buy a soft drink for that anymore. So it's amazing to me that we're still.
But you can start by skipping the soft drink in the school meal.
Right. But the truth is that this very same schools will have these soft drink machines, and that you'll spend more than your meal is worth at the lunch counter on that, and it's encouraged these days, and to me it just makes no sense. Now let's throw it to Phil. Phil in D.C.
Thanks, John. And we've got one question here from one of our folks in the audience, Jay. If you could ask your question and who's it directed to.
Great. So thank you, Phil. I'm Jay Vroom, and I have a question for Chef Besh. While I'm connected still to my family farm in Illinois, I now have a son that's working as a chef in San Francisco, and I've asked him this question, and I wondered, Chef, if you could also comment on this, and that is, what are the nation's chefs doing to help us with portion control? Dr. Silver's talked about, the crisis of obesity and all the disease that really is the #1 issue related to food and food intake that we need to be talking about. And then in turn, what can we in production agriculture do to be working with those of you in the professional food preparation and delivery industry to help work together to address those kinds of opportunities and fix that problem?
Wow, so you want a chef to be in charge of portion control. I really think this starts at the home. This starts at the family table. And the problem is that we're losing that family table. And we're losing the tradition of people learning about food, connecting with food in the very rudimentary levels that used to be, you would learn about food from mom or dad, or maybe even both of them at the same table, and you talk about it, you're eating it, and it was actually cooked. Really interesting that fewer and fewer people are cooking, and so I do understand the answer to the question being aimed at the professional cook here, because so many people are now relying on professionally prepared meals to feed their families. And no other time in history has this ever happened. I just don't know if it's my job to really regulate or dictate or mandate portions and portion sizes. I do think personally that we eat too large of a portion. Now, as a business person, and we can take this back to the beef people in the Midwest, because I have grass-fed beef on the menu, but I also have corn-fed beef. And because the vast majority of people want that corn-fed beef on the menu when they go to a steakhouse. Now, my thing is that I would like to give small portions, and I have restaurants that I do, and they're nice restaurants, and everything that we put on the plate is very artfully prepared, and they're great artisan ingredients that we use. And small portions, and it's still going to be more expensive than that large portion that you get at a larger chain restaurant. It's a hard one, because I think we need to train ourselves. We need to train ourselves at a younger age to really manage portion control. We were talking earlier about labeling. Labeling's a big part of that. When you go to a restaurant that does have labels, and I am not a proponent of labeling per se, and I don't want it really mandated, but the funny thing is, I will not order that 800-calorie burger when I see how many calories actually go into it. I might order then the small tuna salad on the side. So it does affect, and labeling has a lot to do with the way that we eat, if we're so inclined to actually pay attention to that. And that's where I think the real rift is, because some people do and some people don't. And the bills are really paid in a lot of these restaurants by people that aren't as concerned about the portion size. They want the large portion, and so economics will determine the fact that they actually get the large portion. I hope that answers your question, and y'all, thank you so much for joining me. This was incredible. We could talk for hours. We have been talking behind the scenes for hours about this. And need to send it back to Claire in D.C.
Thank you very much, John. Good to see you on the spot like that, too. We knew there would be debate today. Not everyone agrees on these complex issues, and throughout the entire discussion, we've let our guide be the research, that first of its kind study that certainly highlighted a lot of differences. Now, as we close, we felt it was appropriate to share with you the top areas of alignment that were uncovered in the research and that were, in fact, echoed throughout a lot of the discussion today. There's a greater alignment around consumer values and the values of farmers and ranchers than you might have expected. Consumers certainly want more transparency about where their food comes from. Farmers and ranchers do want to provide more information about how they raise and grow our food. So we have to find ways to communicate more transparently. Consumers are getting information from so many sources, but rarely from the farmers and ranchers directly. So it's certainly time for farmers and ranchers to listen to consumers and respond to their questions. All parties agree there's a need for more information sharing. Hopefully today was a start. I certainly think it was clear if you listened closely today to the voices from all parts of this issue that there is more that unites than divides. Everyone here came to the table with questions, open minds. Everyone was respectful as I asked. And there was certainly a willingness to start a dialogue. Thanks to the bold step on the part of the farmers and ranchers who initiated these food dialogues, we were able to have a real discussion about how our food is raised and grown and about the future of agriculture. It seems critical to me, and I think everybody here, that this discussion become the start of a national movement to learn more. The video from today will be available in its entirety at www.fooddialogues.com. We certainly hope you're going to share some of the information that you heard with others who care about this issue. Check back as often as the blog and check back often because the blog and website are going to be updated constantly with more information. It's been my pleasure to be here today on behalf of all of our moderators, our panelists, all of our guests, and our gracious hosts, the United States Farmers and Ranchers Alliance. Thanks for joining us.
Well, my great-great-grandfather homesteaded here about 1880. Since then, through the generations, of course, there's been farmers in each generation. Right now, I'm the 5th generation. My son, Evan, is the 6th generation, and we are actually the only 2 left out of our ancestors that are still farming today. I'm Chuck Myers. I raise corn and soybeans in northeast Nebraska with my son, Evan. We raise corn and soybeans in about a 50-50 rotation. May is our primary month for planting. October is our primary month for harvest. Farming has to be in your blood. It's a high-risk business. It's a dangerous business. But there are a lot of great rewards to it, too, a lot of great satisfaction. Some of the land has been in our family since 1880. Around that time, one farmer could probably feed about 15 people. Today, one farmer feeds close to 160 people. I think it's important that everyone understands where their food comes from and how much we as farmers here raising that food care about the quality of it and making sure that it's a safe and abundant food supply.
I'm running our sprayer using the GPS technology. We use auto steer and what we call AccuBoom, which turns on and off each sprayer boom automatically to minimize our spray overlap, to eliminate trips, to cut down on fuel usage and personal labor and labor costs. All of these help us do more with less.
Well, Soy Water is a computer model. This is a program that's been developed by Jim Specht at the University of Nebraska. The whole point of it is to help better manage water as a resource. You enter in how much rainfall your field has received, and it predicts how well the crop is doing, what stages of growth it should be at, and if it's an irrigated field, then you can use that data from that program to decide when to irrigate. The farmer would go in and say, okay, I had 3/100ths of an inch last night. If you don't receive enough rainfall, it turns yellow over here on the right. And what that means is that it justifies an irrigation. In a nutshell, no-till is eliminating tillage from a field and leaving last year's crop residue on the surface to eliminate soil erosion and a lot of the other benefits that come along with that. Corn cobs, the husks from last year, just makes a nice mat on the ground. It not only saved the soil, it saved the soil fertility. It's a great conservation technique. We use it on all of our acres, both for our soybeans and our corn. A lot of our neighbors in the coffee shop laughed at us when we started out, but they're all doing the same thing today. Well, one of my concerns for the future is that, there's the ever increasing demand for food, and by the year 2050, they say we'll have about 9 billion people in this world. And that means we're going to have to double our production. Investing in farmland, you have to have the long view. My ancestors looked at it the same way. That's what farming is, making sure that we do the right things today that are going to ensure that our farms are going to continue to be sustainable for the future.